mercy, stalking silently from the feezy galleries, scalpel in hand.
Learned very early a scalpel cuts better points than a pencil sharp.
Making canvases out of cadavers, beauty so terrifying, hard from the dead. It could be anybody, it could be you or me, it's a mystery.
I'm hatching, following through on my nature. What unfolds and takes flight is beyond me.
It's dark outside, turn out the light.
Like a cat, he's nocturnal, hide and don't put up a fight.
A reckoning. My becoming.
The monster of Florence bears his claws and breaks the primavera drawn in blood. Flowers bloom for him to nip at the bud. Everyday bodies talk with the thud. The monster of Florence opens his jaws. The beast has to eat, he shows no mercy. Pick them off the street, we don't know what to do. Outside he walks free. Another one missing. Why did he do this? When does it end?
We need to catch him. Keep your guard up, protect your friends.
God forbid we become friendly.
Another murder, another feud. Tell me please what he's through.
Some kind of psychopath he is.
Don't say that, he'll kill you too.
Whenever feasible, one should always eat the rude.
Il Mostro chooses his prey, and they'll never live to see another day. The monster of Florence spares his claws and brings the primavera drawn in blood. Flowers bloom for him to nip at the bud. Everyday bodies drop with a thud. The monster of Florence opens his jaw. The beast has to eat, he shows no mercy. Pick them off the street, we don't know what to do. Outside he walks free.
We are dismantling who we are and moving ourselves brick by brick.
The monster of Florence returns.
The cat came back, 'cause he's an expert at his craft.
How strange it is to come home
It
again.
wasn't me who wanted to come with, you need not pretend.
We're starting a new life.
And let me guess, I'll be your wife.
Florence is
won't kill me
beautiful,
just
just
yet.
how I left
Keeping
it.
me
Made more
close
exquisite
for
by
his
your
safety.
company. You play your part, I'll play mine as we step across the line. Biding our time, hand in hand, we're making Florence mine again. I've taken off my person suit, ripped off my disguise. Too short, this goes smoothly, your fine food makes us dinner. Celebration, collaboration as the ice keeps getting thinner. There I see them, husband and wife. They look quite lovely under my knife. Identities to wear, a simple condition will dawn their lifestyle to fit the narration. You play a part and I'll play mine. As we step across the line, biding our time. Hand in hand, in front of the line in the sand.
And you would have done the same.
Lydia Fell, this is your name.
And yours?
Dr. Roman Fell.
He calls in the lady of the fells, down in the camp, dead and damned, around
Go to Paris, they said. It'll be spectacular. Pick up a drink, or maybe two. A double-fisted bash, I've got nothing to lose. Why am I here? I'm not a Roman fan. But a party is a party, and damn, that's my kind of plan. Who's that man standing in the corner? His thinly veiled disdain means he knows Roman. And if he's like me, he too likes to party. I should go and talk to him, get a little dirty. Anthony Dimmond, I'd offer a hand, but
It's a double-fisted kind of match.
I was his TA. I've worn that look too. Do you know him well? It seems like you do. Have you read his books? They really are horrid. All you need to do is blink. I'll keep your taste a secret. That doesn't stop him squatting over a keyboard and depositing a fresh one every 6 to 8 months. It has taken me 6 to 8 months to write one line.
Why?
Poetry is hard. It was too hard for Roman. Easier for him to slide into academia and dissect the efforts of others than to stand by his own words.
One can appreciate another's words without dissecting them, though on occasion dissection is the only thing that will do. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
Untalented, unwarranted, that is Dr. Fell. Spends his life critiquing lines, but now he'll rot in hell. To my blade he'll fall silent, I'm afraid it will be violent. And as for sweet dear Lydia, her identity is Bedelia's. Bonsoir.
Hello, bonjour, we've met before in the city of love a few months back. I didn't mean to startle you, it's just here I was and you too. I never forget a face.
Anthony Dimmond,
It's nice to be remembered.
you're quite hard to forget.
Why are you in Florence? Are you here to see the putrid?
Dr. Fell.
Is he at Capone?
Yes, the new translator.
The last left with money.
It's a commonly held belief, Anthony Dimmond. You just miss Roman.
Did I? Was hoping to take the piss.
Spare the piss for the time being. If you're free, my wife and I would love to have you for dinner.
How well do you know the Fells?
As well as others, not very. Is Lydia a friend of yours?
Not really.
I'd be surprised if she had one. We share a mutual detestation. She disapproves of my disapproval.
What do you disapprove of?
Mainly her husband, Roman Fell, though she's not bright enough to see. He forces me back to my shell, and how he loves to strike fear.
Dante wrote that fear is almost as bitter as death.
Dante wasn't dead when he wrote it.
Are you alone, Antony?
Is there another way to be?
On Friday, Roman is speaking. You should stop by and visit him.
Sounds appropriately hellish. Are you avoiding every meat?
Anything with a nervous system.
Oysters, acorns, and masala used by Rome to improve flavor.
My husband has quite a sophisticated palate. He's particular about how I taste.
Is it that kind of party?
It is not that kind of party.
No, it really isn't.
Shame, you were both suddenly so fascinating. Florentines say Veradal, with its wealth of cheese and truffles, smells like the feet of God.
Hello, Mr. Dimond.
Is it me, you or God? There's something in the air, your food I must applaud. Your husband has an air. I must confess to a certain abstract curiosity about your husband, Mrs. Fell.
Goodbye, Mr. Dimond.
I asked a scholar for Roman, and he pointed me to your husband. The old codger made no mistake. Even in the teeth of evidence, you're just going to walk away.
Look in the other direction, they're the teeth that should worry you.
Where are Lydia and Roman?
I don't know.
Does your husband?
We're not married, he's the beast that's trapped me in a snare to feast.
He curates an exposition of torture instrumentation.
The essence of the worst, the essence of the spirit, is not found in the maiden. It's what's found in the closet, hidden out of sight, elemental ugliness, hidden in the witness. However you think you will win, think again. He isn't past cutting a vein.
Bluebeard's wife. Secrets you're not to know, yet sworn to keep.
If I'm to be Bluebeard's wife, I would prefer to be the last one. Unless you believe you are beyond harm, go to the police.
You want to be caught.
Will you help me?
I present the case of Pietro de Vigna, a man who was far from the heights of nobilia. His treachery earned him a place in Dante's hell, blinded and disgraced, a fate he could never foretell. Found on the 7th level, reserved for suicides, like Judas Iscariot, hanging made him reside. Judas' image immortalized in ivory. The small box it's carved on a piece of history. The traitor's face upturned in the branch that suspends him. Benevento suggests he was hanged with no bowels in. The 15th century infernal show Pietro hanging alongside the blood of an ancient willow. I will not belabor the parallels with Judas, betrayal, hanging, self-destruction. Io feo gibetto a me delle mie case. I make my own home be my gallows. Mr. Dimond, welcome. Please join us. We were just about to discuss the matter of chewing in Dante. Another lonely soul who was among the lost dead was Capenius, a man who betrayed God instead. A strong warrior king who embodies defiance and whose blasphemous behavior secured his presence. Found in the 7th circle, the 14th inferno, Capenius falls from the walls to the ground below and lies outstretched after his battle with Jupiter, inspiring defeated blasphemers of the future. Dante depicts him on his back looking upwards, but even after death he does not change his standards. Thank you for your kind attention. Would you say I secured my position, Professor Sogliato?
The studiolo seems satisfied.
Satisfied. That applause was downright enthusiastic. in his soft and dusty way.
Dr. Fell is a friend of yours?
I've only known him a short time. Still, the tales I could tell.
Please do.
What kind of friend would I be?
What kind of friend indeed?
Atrocious torture instruments appeal to the worst of mankind.
Ceaseless exposure has calloused us, so now wicked is hard to find. What wickedness has your attention?
Yours, I have no moral delusion. Can you see, La Polizia, what fate befell poor Dr. Fell?
Strap me to the breaking wheel, to loosen me until I kneel.
No torture needed for your wife. She overjudged my affection. I didn't brandish any knife, just use my words of persuasion. Clearly you found him as distasteful as I did.
On the contrary,
We can twist and turn into all shapes, just for appearance's sake.
are you here to twist me into an uncomfortable position?
I'm here to help you untwist, to our mutual benefit.
Observe or participate?
What?
Are you observing or participating?
Observing.
If you can see me, I can see you. This is participation. Did you know what he'd do?
It's always feels better if one of us is honest.
Have you been honest with yourself?
I was curious.
About him, about me? Did you anticipate this ending and outcome?
Yes.
What have you gotten yourself into? Participation?
Yes.
Shall I hang up your coat?
Yes.
Feeling up for a visitor, Mr. Graham?
He knew exactly what to do from the moment I saw him behind you. The cuts were surgical, not too deep. Hannibal wanted us alive, his family.
Wishful thinking that doesn't cover why he cut us open and left us to die.
But we didn't. We were supposed to leave, venture far away from this. Sunny days, room to breathe, would have been just the three of us.
Abigail.
Why did you lie to him? Break the teacup again. You had the chance to take it back, but you broke it down brick by brick.
Rights and wrongs came to a clash. Our life wasn't sustainable, it wouldn't last. How hard is it to grasp that we're locked out of his memory palace?
Of all the possibilities, none have been easy on me.
Of every ending he gave us hell, it had to end badly before it ended well.
can still be born anew. Rebuild what you are and who. He wants us to find him.
After everything he's done, you would still go to him?
Wouldn't you?
From the blueprints in my heart, all the moments spent with you. If we ever us apart, when we've gone from this life, I will always have this place in our memory palace.
My palace is vast, even by medieval standards.
The foyer is the Norman chapel in Palermo,
Severe and beautiful and timeless,
a single reminder of mortality.
a skull graven in the floor. A skull graven in the floor.
In his palace through the door.
Even in an enlightened world, we still flock to feel close to God.
Do you believe in God?
God's not who I came here to find.
G-D won't do a G-D damned thing to answer anybody's prayers.
Answering prayers is complicated. Too much work, it's inelegant. Otherwise, he'd do it all the time.
Allowing bad things to happen just for one reason, and that is the magnificence.
More elegant than stopping the universe, preventing an earthquake or the adverse, putting out fires or curing cancer. If it isn't elegant, just let them suffer. Those are the rules that define the conditions of his design.
You talking about God or Hannibal?
Hannibal isn't God,
Wouldn't have any fun being God.
but defying God, that's his game. The station of every train of thought he pursues, he would be thrilled to see the roof collapse and choirs sing mid-mass with packed pews, and he thinks God would love it too. In the frescoed walls of his mind, far and complex, dark and light, miles of corridors as he led to his palace reconstructed. This isn't just Hannibal, it's where he begins. Wonderfully, fearfully.
Why fearfully?
Against the physical world he's well armed, but beyond that there's land charred, places within himself he can't safely go. We can reach for them once we know we can find him.
Chief Investigator Rinaldo Pazzi, Questura di Firenze.
You're a long way from Florence.
You're a long way from Baltimore. I've read all about your incarceration.
Keep reading. I was acquitted.
You've been spending a lot of time here.
I've been praying.
A great comfort in praying, the unshakable feeling that we're not alone.
Is Will Graham here because of the body? Or is the body here because of Will Graham?
Why are you here?
I'm like you. I do what you do.
We share the gift of imagination.
I've got the scars of a man who grabbed his gift by the blade.
And yet for your gift you pray. Consider that moment, the synaptic spasm, driving through the red fumes when a connection is made.
Knowing. You know who murdered that man and left him in the Capella Palatina.
So do you.
I met him 20 years ago.
Il Mostro was his alias. The monster of Florence makes death look Renaissance.
I still see his tableau peripherally.
Left no fluids, no fingerprints, not a shred of evidence.
His crimes stay in your head, leave you drowning in dread.
The monster of Florence bore his claws and left La Primavera drawn in blood. Flowers bloomed for him to nip at the bud. Everyday bodies dropped with a thud. The monster of Florence opened his jaw. The beast had to eat, he showed no mercy. He's come back home to feast, stalking silently from the Uffizi Gallery.
At the Uffizi Gallery, that's where you met Il Mostro?
That's where I met this man.
From success comes inspiration. From this image comes revelation. Blurred and then suddenly clear. He spent his days painting fear. In the gallery, a triumph of mine, to stare at Primavera and find a young man by the Botticelli, transfixed as Il Mostro could be. Before me, I could guess he would recreate the art in the flesh. That was my epiphany, glorious until it ruined me.
In haste and heat of passion, the Questura nearly destroyed the young man's home trying to find evidence.
He doesn't leave evidence.
No, he doesn't.
He eats it.
I'm beginning to understand that for his crimes another man took the fall of perfect suspect, all in character, not in evidence.
Blame has a habit of not sticking to Hannibal Lecter.
It has a habit of sticking to you.
Once we're alone, I splinter every bone. Dynamic fractures make you malleable. Skin you and bend you, twist you and trim you. Head, hands, arms, legs, art in this wretched place. You send me a topiary, your Valentine to me, written on a broken man. This is my design.
I do feel closer to Hannibal here. God only knows where I'd be without him.
What did you see?
He left us his broken heart.
How did he know we were here?
He didn't. But he knew we'd come.
He misses us.
He follows several trains of thought, and one of them is always for his amusement.
He's toying with us.
He'll lead us on this wild goose chase, laughing at the time we waste, while he wines and dines in freedom, keeping us trapped under his thumb. When you wash away the blood and see the truth through all the muck, you see the things he took from me, everything I love. This girl once grieved, now grieved again, as her life pours out into my hands.
Place was made for you, Abigail, in this world. The only place I could make for you.
In that blissful moment then, I felt myself so small, so great. And then you hurled me back again into this uncertain state. I knew that she wasn't real. She was the last thing you could steal. But unto her I still held dear, and found the place that was built for us here.
I left you my broken heart. Look down at my feet, there's yours. We were going to run away together, but instead I left you to die in some other world. If we'd left it all behind, if the teacups stayed together the way it was designed.
Are you praying?
Hannibal doesn't pray, but he believes in God intimately.
I wasn't asking Hannibal Lecter.
My prayers would feel constricted by apostles, saints, and Jesus. They can't break through the ceiling despite my desperate kneeling.
I hope my prayers can learn to fly, so they float from here into the sky and into God's hands. Maybe then I'll have a chance.
Only fools will pray to catch him. You should pray he doesn't catch you. There's no why or how, only when, and when he finds you, you are through. When the monster of Florence bears his claws, your blood will be splattered all over the walls. You couldn't catch him as a kid. What makes you think you can catch him now?
You. What makes you think I want to catch him? If you could possibly be content, I would suggest you let Il Mostro go.
You and I both know we can't let him go. We'll be forever haunted by Il Mostro's ghost.
He's going to kill you, that may be a guess, but I'm usually right, so I would suggest stay away from that man.
He let you gaze into his eyes. He let you know him, see his design. He sent you his heart, broken as it be. Where has he gone now?
He's still here. Endless passages, they're all the same but slightly different. Chasing in the dark rather than days far more intimate. I can hear your footsteps echo off the cavern walls. I know you hear me, I know you're somewhere in these hallowed halls.
Graham.
You shouldn't be down here alone.
I'm not alone. I'm with you.
You don't know whose side I'm on.
What will you do when you find him?
I'm curious about that myself. Do I dance with the devil again? After spending those years in hell.
You and I, we carry the dead. It's our destined burden.
Carry yours back to the chapel before you count yourself among them.
Dark halls of catacombs, our skulls are calling your name. The spirits here are lonely as you search for your one and only. When you find him, what will you say? What will you do?
I forgive you.
How was Palermo?
I ran into Will Graham.
You're ruminating the way most look for lost objects. We review its image in our minds and compare that image to what we see.
Or don't see.
Was it nice to see him?
Seeing him standing there so close to me yet so far. His voice in that dark paradise, among other things, it was nice. He knew where to find me.
You knew where he would look.
Our heads and hearts forged into one, always have been since it's begun. He knew where to find me, and he told me he forgave me.
Forgiveness takes two,
The betrayer and the betrayed.
Which one are you?
Those details are vague.
Betrayal and forgiveness, a double-edged blade, cutting so ruthless akin to something like falling in love.
Betrayal and forgiveness you cannot control, with all respect to whom you fall in love.
Plans are set in motion, you will get caught.
Concern for your patient or yourself who I've brought.
I'm not concerned about me. I know exactly how I will be navigating my way out of whatever it is I've gotten myself into. Do you?
I did.
Betrayal and forgiveness, mistakes you can't address. It would be nothing at all, a life without regrets. Betrayal and forgiveness, bearing love a witness, bid anger its adieu, and to the devil his due. Next for Will to go.
The only place I cannot follow. Home.
As with his crimes in Florence, Il Mastro collected trophies, but left no evidence, no body fluids, no fingerprints.
There were long times when Il Mastro
Monstro didn't strike at all, not a sign, no scenes, his flame hidden from my sight. Il Mastro has been dead for many years, to questera differenze. Il Mastro was caught and given 40 years. 10 years and he was dead, but what I see before me assures that Il Mastro's reign didn't end.
Hannibal Lecter's careful, your monster he will strike. Only when his needs strike him, but those needs don't seem to strike often.
This is the first in 20 years.
Il Mastro's been busy abroad.
At the age of 65, Giarlo Motoca was declared Il Mastro. He got 40 years at Volterra. 10 years into that sentence, he died. And that was the end of the monster.
You have new evidence.
These people are not open to new ideas.
The window of the Questura laboratory is guarded with garlic. To keep out evil spirits, no vampire could step foot. My city, it mocks me, my colleagues, they blame me. The knives are out, my hunt for Il Mastro has left my heart open to the pecking of the crows. A heart cannot be replaced, once taken. How is your heart, signore?
Well pecked, my good sir. Mastro will return to Florence. If he hasn't already, he will. He likes to see the faces, reactions to his creations. Beautiful to him, like lighting a candle in the dark.
Come back with me, signore. We have the chance to regain our reputations and enjoy the honors of our trade by capturing the monster.
I'm not here for your monster. Not my house, not my fire. I'm here for Will Graham.
Are you a believer, Signor Crawford? Some believe the beeswax of the candle is Christ's body, the wick his soul, and the flame his divinity.
Show me a sign, for I have lost sight of the land burning bright. It holds my heart, keeping me warm at the edge of the herd.
Belief is ingrained in human nature. Religion is not. Curiosity brings the belief we have after it has been sought. The base of belief is that curiosity keeps us interested in the unimaginable. Curiosity kills the cat, but satisfaction brings it back. Just like the death of a phoenix, we do not know if it shows us Saturn's rings beyond death, the unimaginable.
We are curious about beings greater than ourselves, and we imagine them.
We imagine a possibility that we all live on after we die. Will Graham died. He was dead. I was dead. We didn't imagine that.
What does Will Graham imagine now?
I borrowed his imagination and I broke it. He crumbled. I'm not sure how he pieced it back together again. My house, my fire, rising from the ashes.
People come here to be closer to their God. Isn't that what Will Graham was doing?
Will understands Hannibal. He accepts him. They accept each other. Who among us doesn't want understanding and acceptance, though how twisted it may be?
You're trespassing.
I'm a friend of Hannibal's.
He sent you?
No, I'm looking for him. My name is Will Graham. I'm unarmed. May I lower my...
No. How do you know Hannibal?
One could argue intimately. He left me with a smile, taught me adaptability.
Nakama, a very close friend.
Yes, you could call us that, though there are plenty other words to describe what we have. Our relationships akin to a mouse and a cat.
All stories can be born if you put them in a story. Tell me a story.
Where do I begin? I guess when we met, but I'll warn you it gets very gory. It started in my classroom. Jack Crawford came knocking. He had lots of questions, he did most of the talking. He wanted me to get back to what I did best, but first he wanted to give me one test. He had Hannibal perform the evaluation to make sure there wouldn't be an internal investigation. Jack knew the risk, but he sent me anyway. Threw me and Hannibal straight into the fray. The first case was disturbing, to say the least. A man turned young women into his family's feast. When we finally found him, I shot down the beast, but his daughter lay injured, dying at my feet. She survived with trauma, of course, but it could have ended a lot worse. Hannibal and I saw her as our own daughter. That's how we both became surrogate fathers. But Hannibal wasn't as good as he seemed. He was plotting up his own evil scheme. When I was getting sick, he acted quick and made sure I thought it was mental as it seemed. He aggravated the illness, made everything worse, ensured the recovery would never take its course. Framed me for the murder of our own daughter, put me behind bars for what felt like forever. But Hannibal himself set me free, risked getting caught again just to save me. It was then I decided to resume my therapy. Now both of us were manipulating. But it wasn't long before things started adding up. Hannibal began looking very suspicious. Jack made a plan, but so did Hannibal. I had to choose one side of the table. I called him and told him the FBI knew, they knew everything, and they're going to arrest you. When I got to the house, the girl was alive, but not for long, as he gave us both a knife. And now here I am, still searching for him. Can't live with or without, I just can't resist.
He took someone from you, will you take someone from him?
I've forgiven him, as he's forgiven me. After everything he's done, I see no point in animosity. It got us nowhere except the grave. Of the consequences, I'm no longer afraid.
You're like a man, what you like?
If I were like him, you'd have already died. I'd have killed you, cooked you, and eaten you, then fed the rest to him. That's what he would do.
Why do you look for him if he's so vile? After he left you with that crooked smile.
I've never known myself as well as I know myself when I'm with him.
You won't find Hannibal here. There are places on these grounds you cannot safely go. Bad memories.
Memories lead to more memories.
I'll help you find him.
Why would you help me?
I have no reason to stay here.
What were you like as a young man?
I was rooting for Mephistopheles and contemptuous of Faust.
Would you like to talk about your first spring lamb?
Would you?
Why can't you go home, Hannibal? What happened to you there?
Nothing happened to me. I happened.
How and where one grows up cannot be explained. It was beyond your ability to control, predict,
or negotiate.
I would even dare to suggest that Will Graham makes you feel the same. A force of mind and circumstance.
Love
is a god, a vengeful and spiteful one.
It tears you up, that love.
It makes you betray your instincts, makes you methodical yet impulsive too. Your soul managed to burrow within. That stabbing pain, you wonder, can he feel it too? Body and soul fit so well together, yet are eternally in contention. Does your body know what your soul wants? Is either paying attention? Love often clouds our judgment, same with betrayal and forgiveness. We all betray, sometimes there's no other choice.
And some betray at their own expense.
If history does repeat itself, the past comes back with a vengeance. There's only one way to forgive Will Graham.
I have to eat him. Echoes on my face remind me of the casket that was lurking made me feel insane. Put a bullet in my brain. I want revenge to bring the murder husband's pain. I was Caesar,
Jack was Brutus,
I was Jesus,
Will was Judas.
Felt so helpless, they all used me. I was a pawn, a measly chess piece. The plastic face I'm forced to wear hides the affliction that I bear. A crippled corpse without a soul, an isolated troubled clone. Makeup covers all my scars, but it doesn't heal the ones on my heart. Made me feel alone, a devastated, mindless drone. I hope revenge will put things right. Crawford, oh the man of little words, came and said he's sorry I got hurt. He was fired from his job and left behind his life. Not once more did he come into my sight. Shadows of the past remind me. Shadows of the past invade me. Revenge against the shadows plaguing. And I hope revenge will put me right. My fascination with Mr. Graham is over. No matter how sweet his kiss may have been, it still introduced me to the bullet. And the bullet introduced me to Miriam last. Poor girl. As first impressions go, it's definitely towards the bad end of the list of possibilities. I don't think anyone's ever been shot and then left a positive review on TripAdvisor of their experience. I know I shouldn't blame them. They were under the influence of Hannibal Lecter, and if Hannibal was a drug, he'd be considered worse than Class A, but when an addict is caught in possession of cocaine, they're still punished. I'm still awaiting the trial of Will Graham, and I'm still awaiting the comeuppance of Dr. Lecter. As their list of enemies grows, I can't help but reach out. The next up is Mason Verger, and while I may be unable to stomach the results of his endeavors, I am more than happy to support his hunt. Dr. Chilton. Mr. Verger. Each of us whose life intersected, the cannibal were all dissected, whether physically or metaphorically. We've both been opened rather violently.
We're left with little telltale marks of brand that stains our skin to remind us of the dark and leave an interest in sin. Are you wearing makeup? How long does it take to put on your face in the morning?
Now that I've got the routine down, no time at all.
You show me yours and I'll show you mine. There, now we can talk face to face.
A small reward for the prize pig.
Around 1,000,006 figs. He had to sell waiting for him, but our plans differ in the end. I don't wanna push the limits, I could digress, maybe let it slip.
You don't need a psychiatrist, you need a profile for lies to strip.
I wanna know the good doctor, then I might finally know myself.
You survived him, that's all to know. If you dig deeper, you'll risk yourself.
Survived him? This is exactly how he intended me to live.
I wonder what would happen if Hannibal Lecter was in your hands.
I worry we're heading into territory not secured by your fee. I think I need to look elsewhere for someone to tend to my emotional well-being. Goodbye, Dr. Chilton.
A limb here, a lung there, a few feet of intestines. We've all lost something at the hands of Hannibal Lecter. The dead, at least, have the luxury of being done with what they lost. Happy hunting.
Dr. Bloom, you're the new psychiatrist.
I went one exit too far,
but here you are.
I'm unsure this is where I should be.
It isn't easy to find, follow me. This can be your entrance, look around, take a glance.
A witchy beauty about this place.
Yes, there is. You should see it in the spring. Riots of lilacs, the smell of nothing. Not the stockyard reek or the slaughterhouse scum. Just flowers all around, beauty lost and beauty found. Till it goes, leaving the remains of the virgin name.
Does your brother know I'm here?
He knows.
Some people have trouble talking with Mason. If it bothers you or you can't take it, I can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Margot, you can leave us now.
If my brother offers you chocolate, politely refuse.
Good afternoon, Dr. Bloom. Good afternoon, Mr. Berger. Have a seat. I thank God for what happened. That was my salvation. Have you found religion? What do you have faith in? I was raised in a religious atmosphere. Whatever that left me with, it's not religion. It left me with much more, a shine in my very core. Smite everything Lecter has left, win over him in life and death. You would know Dr. Bloom, of everyone he got inside, the deepest was you. You're supposed to share any relevant information you find on Hannibal Lecter with the FBI. Have you always done that? Not exactly. I want to honor our past, make my forgiveness last. Return to the good Dr. Lecter, like Romans to their Savior. As I recover, lessons have come to me. I'm getting better, admiring my plan complete. Forgiveness isn't all it's cracked up to be. A feast the pigs and enjoying his misery. Old Testament revenge, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The enemy of my enemy I can see as a friend, right up till the bitter end. It's as though he dropped off the earth, good papers and money, his rebirth. He is one for specific tastes, that's just how you'll find his place. Wine and truffles, that's a constant. Purchases that he'll leave as footsteps, the same taste under a different name. Hannibal wouldn't deny himself even in change. Of course, you know what he favors. Did he favor you, Dr. Bloom? I think I amused him. Things either amuse him or they don't. Do you think he genuinely cared about you? Never mind the time we spent in company. He left after his promise to kill me. You were being used as a predator's tool. Poor Dr. Bloom, taken for the fool. Why not take this to Jack Crawford? Jack's done working for the FBI, weary of the same old evil minds. When your father died, Mason, he left an array of loose ends. I'll look through my pockets, do my best to find assets. Tell me, since you're here, you want in and I'm all ears. You're preparing the theater of Hannibal's death. One sly move, a swift turn in chess. I'm playing my part to get him to the stage. We gotta be smart as we turn the page. Old Testament revenge, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The enemy of my enemy I can see as a friend, right up till the bitter end.
On still evening when the air was damp after rain, we played games, charming the way a cup could be, until the moment he leaves the nursery.
A lion with a fate far greater than you do play with later.
The day I met Hannibal, he was an orphan. I was meant to meet him with his sister, but he was alone.
How did you meet him?
I was his aunt's attendant. I learned from her. I learned from Hannibal too. He had all the wisdom in miniature.
Coming under the guise of a mentor, excited by the sense of distress.
How do you know Hannibal's influence?
The monster of Florence, La Primavera drawn in blood. My shaken heart drops with the thought.
I've never left bed in my cage, snails devoured by birds of prey.
They survived digestion and emerged in a new place with different birds. Traveling the world as a feast in the belly of the beast. Talking on the train, voices carrying the wind.
Strange to talk so much. Not used to hearing voices outside my head.
I hear voices from all directions. In my mind they cast reflections.
Aware of words no one is saying in the knowing sameness of your days.
Did you look at color, air, and light, the shape of everything that you were becoming?
There was no becoming for me, still where I was standing. The image of taxidermy, a caged bird's landing.
Hollowed out and then refilled, something else to build.
From who I was, I'm not far, I'm not as malleable as you are. You have a taste for it now, a stabbing pain deep down. The aim to harm demands not God, but your only head.
Violence is a powerful regulator, satisfying dangerous behavior.
Are you regulating Hannibal's behavior, or is he regulating yours?
We afforded each other an experience we may not otherwise have had.
If you do not kill him yourself, you're afraid of what lies on the shelf. The fear of becoming him
has gone under my skin.
There are means of influence that are stronger than violence.
Talking on the train, fates begin to bend.
I like the night. It's more than a period of time, it's not a place. It's different from where we are during the day.
In the night we're different, little more hidden, little less seen.
When life is most like a dream.
Why are you searching for him? What are you hoping to find?
I'm not searching for Hannibal. I know exactly where he is.
Is he in Florence?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me you knew?
I told you.
There are means of influence that are stronger than violence. Will you distress or try forgiveness?
Means of influence stronger than violence mean nothing to you. Harm is what you do in order to keep the upper hand, because violence is all you understand.
this just in, we found a clue. Oh, please tell me, Dr. Bloom. We've zeroed in on one location, people and places in relation. Hannibal Lecter has particular taste. His indulgence is where he makes a mistake. I discovered a pattern of transactions, lavish goods in true Lecter fashion. This one little clue has brought us closer. It traces back to a Florentine fine grocer. A purchase of truffles and luxury wine sticks out like a sore thumb. He's easy to find. Once a week for the last 3 months, a blonde woman has been serving as a front, buying his groceries, doing his dirty work. He's probably thinking one more bottle won't hurt. A keen observation, Dr. Bloom, I'm impressed. Did Dr. Lecter share his taste while you two undressed? There's no time for fun and games. We can't let Hannibal get away. This one little clue has brought us closer. It all traces back to a Florentine fine grocer. I am Detective Patsy. Questa differenza sent me to ask you a few questions about your predecessor. I never met him at all, but read several of his monographs. And while his tale may enthrall, our face-to-face was through photographs. What is the going assumption regarding Professor Sogliato? Still no word? You may have had the last word with Professor Sogliato. No one else from here has heard from the second to leave the palazzo. Like any good investigator, searching for the instigator, we're sifting through circumstances for profit and for malice. Commendatore Pazzi, yes? You wouldn't happen to be from the Pazzi family tree. You resemble a figure depicted by De Robia in your family's chapel at Santa Croce. That was Andrea de Pazzi, depicted as John the Baptist. Then there's the most famous Pazzi of all, the assassin Francesco in the cathedral at Mass, attempted on Lorenzo in 1478. Yes, the Pazzi family were all brought low on that Sunday. If you come upon anything, Dr. Fell, anything personal from the missing men, would you call me? Of course, Commendatore Pazzi.
State your business, please.
I have a new lead on Hannibal Lecter.
Past, present, or future.
Present, he's here right now.
Have you ever reached out to the police or someone else?
Is the reward payable under special circumstance?
Do you mean a bounty?
What else would I mean?
It is against international convention to offer a bounty for someone's death, sir. Are you calling from Europe?
That's all I'm telling you.
Contact an attorney and they'll guide you through. There's one in Geneva. I encourage you strongly to call him and be frank about the matter. Would you like the number?
Yes, give me the number. You've met the Commendatore before. In my youth, shared interests and cross paths. Botticelli left us both in awe. The hours spent together in Uffizi. Does he know about you and what you are? I looked upon his face, could smell his fear. An epiphany was there in what I saw. And here you are to tell me about it. He must wait and lurk and think, too soon to flush his query. He's deciding what to do. Above your head hovers a bounty. It's better than a radar in terms of a warning system. It tempts them all away from duty to try and get me privately. Will Pazzi join the others in the damp? Will you stage it as a suicide? He has to decide what his honor is worth, or if there is wisdom longer than honor. Avarice is not uncommon in Italy. What is it worth to be known as the man who caught Hannibal Lecter? For a policeman, credit has a short half-life. Better to sell me. Buongiorno, Rinaldo. Thank you for reaching out. A detective virtuoso who wants to tame Il Mostro. I will pay $1 million for Lecter's head and hands. But $3 million is the price, and the heart beats the demand.
You want information,
Any and all of it.
for his conviction.
Don't be so stupid. Bring me the fingerprint, and I'll show you the glint of all the riches within the Verger bounty. Capito?
Yes, I understand.
The print needs to be fresh, in situ, unlifted, to catch him in the mesh and lay claim to his flesh. I will pay $1 million for Lecter's heart and soul. Do you understand what will be your role?
You want information,
Any and all you get,
for his conviction.
for torture and death. You have no illusion about the collusion and the dirtiness of the Verger bounty.
See, I understand exactly what will happen to Il Mostro.
You don't want to alarm the doctor. He could disappear too well, and
I would be left with nothing.
you get the rest of the money when Dr. Lecter is alive in our hands.
I don't want Dr. Lecter in my... I don't want him near Florence when you...
I understand your concern. Don't worry. He won't be.
He's going to kill him, he's going to kill him. Ronaldo Ponzi is a dead man walking. He's going to end him, he's going to hang him. Ronaldo Ponzi is after the bounty. But now that he's wrong, he'll be painted with the blood stroke.
Hannibal is going to kill him, you know. Buonasera, Commendator. Buonasera, Dr. Fell. Back so soon? Given the nature of your exhibit and the content of our conversation, I brought something I thought you might like to see. It was worn by the most famous Potsy. It was apparently worn at the end, my family's guilt cast in iron. Francesco? Si, a scold's bridle. May I? Of course. I'm so glad you stopped by, Commendator. I found something in one of our displays. Beneath the figure is written his name. Can you make it out? It says Potsy. It's your ancestor Francesco hanging outside the palazzo. Some say bowels out, some say bowels in. From the accounts of the time was said Francesco was led blind by 30 pieces of silver. The archbishop hanged beside him in all his holy vestments with no spiritual comfort. With his eyes wild as he choked, he locked his teeth into Potsy's flesh on a related subject, I must confess. I've been giving thought to doing the same. day. Your liver's suitable right away. And maybe your kidneys too. The rest of the cuts of meat should hang in the cold for a week. I did see the forecast, did you? If you tell me what I need to know, commendator, it'd be convenient for me to leave without my meal. I'll ask you the question, and then we'll see. When the police didn't come, I knew you'd sold me. Was it Mason, Verge, or Commendator? If you're honest, I might show some mercy.
Yes, it was.
Good. Does anyone here know about me?
No, they don't.
Was that a nod?
No, it wasn't.
Inspector Potsy, you don't know me.
Hello, Alana. I am afraid to say Potsy is otherwise occupied. Hannibal.
What have you done? Is he dead or has he gone?
There's nothing I love more to chat with you. It's nice to hear your voice too. But you caught me at an awkward moment. Hannibal, please, wait. Bowels in or bowels out? What would be a treat? I think bowels out will be your peak. Bowels out, slice and cut till they fall down.
Red rain on the streets of Florence.
Bowels out, bowels gone, hands where his ancestors once belonged.
The verge of bounty took his soul. Jack Crawford stands below. He spotted Il Mastro, and now he will avenge his friend.
Hello, Jack. Did you get my note?
The glass shatters and falls and sprays. Jack throws him into the displays. Now he knows the rules, it's time to play. The Harvey Knight finds a dark and flies. He has fallen down and now lies in broken glass and broken lies. He watches him shake, shows no mercy. Grabs the meat hook, buries it deeply. Il Mastro's cap bleeds heavily. He chews through, but he doesn't scream loud. Blow after blow doesn't knock him out. He's a tiger, who's unwise, he shouts. He spots the arm in the breaking wheel, uses it until the river feels, hoping that it will finally seal the deal. Feels himself hit another cannon, shower of glass, he won't forfeit. Jack thinks it's all over, it's not yet. He isn't fighting back, Jack's won a half-hearted limb, and he's done. The window is waiting for more fun.
Revenge can be mine, but can I commit? Maybe Will needs to do it. He's here right in front of me. I should finish the job, but my heart's telling me to stop.
How will you feel when I'm gone?
Alive.
Chesapeake falls through liquid red, climbs to his feet, now the blood has been shed. He limps off after Jack left him for dead.
Jack.
He's wounded and worried.
Knowing there's danger won't rattle him.
If Potsy had done his duty,
but he decided to send himself straight to hell by dealing with the devil, a bounty hunter's peril.
Outside the law and alone, not just him but us.
Again,
we know how that turns out. Mason Berger wants his revenge.
Are La Polizia aware the beast in a trap for a bear?
They want to find Dr. Fell, why lead them away as well?
It would be a free-for-all.
Hannibal would slip away, but would you too?
Part of me will always want to. Part of me will always long for the thrill of Dr. Lecter. But is it really wrong or just human nature?
You'll have to cut that part out.
Part of me will always want to. Part of me knows him too well. Part of me's back in Baltimore in his office craving his help. But is it really wrong or just human nature? Of course you would find him here. Not because of the exhibit, but because of the crowd it attracts. You had him, Jack. He was beaten. Why didn't you kill him?
Maybe I need you to.
Part of me will always want to. Part of me misses him. But Jack needs me to block it out and find a way to finish this. Part of me will always want to. But I know I never could. Can't live without the butterfly from his cocoon. I want to be able to draw the Palazzo Vecchio and the Duomo. You can draw from memory, I know so. Now's when you need to step across the line. You won't be back for a very long time. Pieces of Florence will be all I have. The very place where I became a man. I see the end in your beginning. History repeats itself. Tangles the vines of grape into an irreversible spell that you can't escape. You packed lightly. I packed for you. This is where you leave me and uphold your decree. You have kept your deal to me. I imagine this differently. I know what you intend to do. Leave me and reach your rendezvous. You may make a meal out of me yet, but not today or the days ahead. When it comes to meat, let it marinate, settle and grow sweet, enough for your taste. Of all I have slain, to fail to savor you would be quite a shame. I will see you through when they come, and they will come. What will you say of me? I will help you tell the version of events you want to be told. I will help you because you asked me to. Hannibal, I know what you intend to do. I know that you will see me through. You may make a meal out of me yet, but not today or the days ahead. a needle in my skin, the drugs in her veins, and knocks at my door. They barge in without a care, eager to implore. A line drawn in the sand, watching or participating. He made me cross, I can't go back. He already got away and you are all too late. If you had been here, become Bluebird's wife. It was only rational I survived his knife. Tell me who you are and I'll return the favor. Believe me. I'm his family. Who are you? His psychiatrist. You're his bird. I'm his bird too. He puts us in cages and did sees what I had to. Do you believe me? I believe you. You'll fly right towards him, such foolish devotion. I must see him again. Yes, Mrs. Fell, I presume. My medicine. My husband's a doctor. He treats my condition.
And what condition is that?
I get confused quite often. I find myself tired.
You need to get over yourself, Bedelia.
My name is Lydia Fell. This I know for certain. You choose not to see what's hiding in plain sight. This isn't you, it's the story you let him write. You're lost in the hot darkness of his mind.
And we're running out of time.
You're winding me up for answers I don't have. I'm confused, this wasn't in the narration. I fear you have the wrong person, and it'll be me who'll be damned. If you sat in my seat, trembling hand holding the gun, and he said with him, I had to run. I am Bluebeard's bride. I haven't lied. Believe me. I don't believe you.
You know exactly who you are and what you're doing. What is this? Sedatives, hypnotics, ethanol, scopolamine, midazolam?
Same cocktail Dr. Lecter served Miriam last. You've been freebasing your alibi. I'm not even mad at you. In fact, I'd say I'm fairly impressed.
Mostly because you're still alive. When this fog of yours clears, I'd love to hear how you managed that. You say my husband murdered an investigator of the Florentine Questra? Where are the polizia? Shouldn't they be questioning me?
They will.
They're taking a while. What could possibly be the delay? I have an idea. Do you?
They're being bought.
They'll get caught.
Working for a third party. Same guys who bought Popsy.
You're running out of time. Now don't you see? You'd have done the same. It was only rational. He was to blame. I will be gone when it gets worse. Believe me. I wonder who will find him first. If I could see you every day forever, I'd remember this time after stumble down the hall of my beginnings into the foyer of my mind. separation. You and I are conjoined, we are one. Same as the stars that we see in the night. Sky, you and I. Shall we? After you. This place still has its witchy beauty. Remind me of how it looks in the spring. Riots of lilacs fill the wind with their scent. Still dripping with rain, even this place looks innocent. I remember when I had my innocence. Mine was stolen, mine was broken. Maybe there's a way we can find it again. Go back to the way things were back then. Before the abuse, before I knew the truth. I can be there when I'm with you. You swept me away and led me astray, but there's nowhere I'd rather be. We both had something stolen from us by someone we were supposed to love. But nothing matters when we're alone together. No, nothing matters, everything's better. If I could steal you away for a moment, pour you a glass of this love potion. You don't have to ask, just say the word. No, I wanna hear you say it first. Can I kiss you? I thought you'd never ask. Don't pull away, you want this moment to last. The way I am and the way you are, whatever this is, we can take it far. When I am yours and you are mine, you can take me back to a better time. Before the abuse, before I knew the truth. I can be there when I'm with you. You swept me away and led me astray, but there's no place I'd rather be. The table is set to perfection, with the finest silver in his collection, with Will Graham in his possession, not to be confused with protection.
I don't often regret, but I'm sorry to leave Italy.
There were books to read, sights to see. I would have liked to show you Florence Will. The soup isn't very good. It's a parsley and thyme infusion, and more for my sake than yours. Are we expecting company?
The third guest of the evening enters gun drawn, finds Will sleeping in a drugged out haze. Glossy-eyed gaze as he waits.
He's under the table, Jack.
A knife shoots out from under the table, slicing his ankle. Jack is unable to stand. Meanwhile, Bedelia's left to defend her so-called husband.
Your husband left you behind. There's no reason to run. I've done nothing wrong. Identity theft with some murder on the side. Did you know your husband's been lying all along?
Pulls out a photo of the true Dr. Fell. He's a different man, it's not hard to tell.
Looks different with a beard, no? That's not my husband. This is Roman Fell, and this is Lydia Fell. I am Lydia Fell. Did you murder with your husband? Watching or participating? I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're in your right or wrong mind. These things are inconsequential. These discrepancies cannot be coincidental. If you had been me, you'd have done the same. It was only rational. He was to blame. I am Bluebeard's wife, but I'm keeping my life. Believe me. I understand. In this moment, you are not working for the Questura. That is a good thing to understand. I don't want to be seen as uncooperative. How you are seen is entirely up to you. Saved or apprehended, it's up to you to choose. I've never considered myself in need of rescuing. Tell me, is your husband still in the city? My husband was hoping to meet a friend before he left Florence. Where? The nature of their meeting requires privacy. They'll be somewhere no one's supposed to be. Welcome to the table, Jack. I've given you something to relax. Won't be able to do more than chew, but that's all you'll need to do.
We were supposed to share a meal in Baltimore, the three of us.
You were the guest of honor, but the menu was all wrong. Yes, it was. Jack was the first to suggest that we get inside your head. Now it's time to chew literally what we've only chewed figuratively. That beautiful mind of yours, hate to see it go to waste. If I could just get a peek inside, I wonder how it tastes.
Whirring in his hands, the saw blade spins, the steel it gleams.
Hannibal.
Metal to skin, the nightmare begins. The thrust pours through his veins, slowing his heartbeat to a crawl. He can't feel any pain. No, he can't feel anything against the deafening whining sound. Eyes wide, mouth hung open, as the skin is broken. Out of the corner of his eye he sees the Polizia. Hannibal drops to his knees, guns aimed, ready to shoot. Will's bleeding, dazed and confused.
Commander Torbenetti, don't imagine you're here to make an arrest.
You imagine correctly.
Ooh, the butt of a gun strikes Hannibal's head. He drops to the floor, the room fills with dread. The lion is tied, they approach the lamb. What shall they do with Will Graham?
Take Lecter in this one. He'll pay us double for both. There's no price on your head, Signor Crawford.
Hannibal Lecter, Il Mostro di Firenze, narrowly escapes the questura. That's how the story goes?
Missed him by that much. The good Dr. Lecter is once more in the wind, but he left one last victim. Open him the way Lecter opened the other one. Open him all the way. Arrivederci.
The two men are dragged, heads covered, hands bound, but Jack still hears that whining sound. A remaining cop holds the saw in his hand. His fate Jack understands. But suddenly the window cracks, the cops drop to the floor. One by one they're taken down by a mysterious force.
I am the protector. It's what I am meant to do. This man, he knows Hannibal. Therefore I must protect him too. Where did they take them?
Did you do this?
Of course, why wouldn't I? I should, therefore I must. You're sitting at Hannibal's table. You him will now I trust.
They are identically different, Hannibal and Will.
Where did they take them?
They're most likely taking him to the U.S., to Maryland. I can even give you an address once you pull this needle out of my arm.
I pull this needle out of your arm, then what?
I get out of Florence now that I'm supposed to be dead. There's likely a target on my head. That leaves me in no position to stop whatever it is you're intending to start.
Where?
Muskrat Farm, the Verger estate near the Susquehanna River in northern Maryland.
There's a hush over Muskrat Farm, Cordell, like the quiet of the old Sabbath. Smells like salvation. Gentlemen, welcome to Muskrat Farm. Having us dealt with in Florence would have saved you some effort. Where's the fun in revenge if I can't find the time? I got my father's knife to check my stock. Got a couple of pigs right here strung up, skinny as they could be. Longer than plump is what I see. A little bit of stick and poke to check the thickness. Only me, my man, and God to be the witness. A little bit too tall and lean, fine bacon for its size. Not good enough for the slaughter yet, time to fatten him in size. He who fed me to my subconscious, it's time to dine.
He strung them up and he'll have them dead. Don't worry, he'll take his time as sadists do. It gives us time to make our move. I snatched Will Graham right out of your mouth. Your taste must be going south. Your mind is an interesting tool. Want you to watch me eat him, I wanna make you drool. You must be famished. The parallel that is present between you and Jezebel. The Bible tells the tale, you know this well. Dogs ate her face just as yours. From high heights she fell. She wasn't right with the risen sun. She never praised his name. If she praises I have done, a new face she would have claimed as God provided mine. A little bit of skillful surgery. Cordell is prepared, I'll take your face and savor it with care. I'm committed to enjoying every bite of you. You're gonna eat him with my face? Yes, I got a taste for it after the two of you had me eat my nose. You must be terribly proud that you could bring this off, Mason. An accomplishment comparable to the discovery of radium. You are my glowing prize. I imagine the look in Madame Curie's eyes in a vial settled bride. All the years spent looking, all the time spent cooking, I imagine you as that vial, settling delightfully in my bowels and glowing bright for many, many miles. I've spent so much time to pursue and finally caught you. Radium has a tempting glow, but what will you do when it fades? It's a danger to get exactly for what you prayed. What is dinner without a show? What will be next on your plate? All this but one satisfying day. You could wreck some homes and torment some kids. Make a rack of children's ribs, steal some orphans' blankets. Drink martinis made with tears, playing off of others' fears. This delicacy being a staple throughout the many years. This moment making me ecstatic. Thinking of the future in the present is erratic. Foolish is the man not to relish in his time. Moisten up Mr. Graham Cordell, he's looking quite dry. Before I take his face, I'd like to see him cry. I don't think it'll be that hard when I try. I'm curious, what will be the first cuts of me you'll serve? The first course will be your hands and feet, sizzling to a Promethean meat. On the barbecue it will sound so sweet, the white coal bringing beautiful notes to the meat. After that, we'll have a pajama party, you and I. You can wear shorties by then. Cordell's going to keep you alive for a long time. How rude of you, Will. Unlike him, I don't bite. No pajama party for you, Mr. Graham. We'll be feeding you to the pig soon as we can. Cordell will remove your face, more civilized than his case. You can't win, Mr. Graham.
are you doing here?
I'm Mason Verger's psychiatrist.
That part of his therapy or yours?
I think we're all working through some issues. I'm putting an emphasis on self-preservation. Jack's alive.
Good for Jack. Is this the person you've become? You helped Mason find us.
I helped find Hannibal. You just happened to be there too. We followed the wine when he should have followed you.
I'm not sure what's uglier, the things Mason wants to do to us, or the fact that he can do it with agreement of people sworn to justice.
It's the way of the world. I was trying to find Hannibal first. I knew you couldn't stop yourself, and if you found him, I feared the worst. I had to try.
By facilitating torture and death, I can abide the thought of Hannibal tortured, not necessarily to death. I'd say he has it coming, wouldn't you? Or maybe you wouldn't.
By the time the FBI gets a warrant, you and all the evidence will be burnt or oiling in the bowels of Mason's pigs.
Or Mason himself. What did you think would happen? I thought Jack Crawford and the FBI would come to the rescue, but the finer details of what I thought would happen have evolved. Then you have to evolve, Alana.
You must spill blood, be it by your hands or proxy. You must spill blood, be it your command or forces we can't see.
No one can save you now, justice is down for the count. You must spill blood and leave before it hits the ground.
You must spill blood.
We're ready for you, Mr. Brown. Please keep your teeth to yourself. Thank you for coming, Margot. Hasn't been long since your treatment. After fighting with your brother for so long, have you started taking the chocolate?
Are we in therapy now?
You tell me.
Mason promised to give it back, the thing he stole from me. He'll give me a child, a Verger baby, my baby.
You think he'll give you what he promised? There's plenty of ways to make a baby unpleasant. He'll always deny you, it only gets more grim. You know what you have to do, you have to kill him.
Are you saying you do it for me? I never learned to trust you.
Of course not, but you can trust me to take the blame for you. It would be more therapeutic for you to kill him yourself. It would be so satisfying to be the one casting him into hell.
Wait until I can get away with it, you said.
What difference would one more murder charge make to me? I'm the only other suspect you've got. You can do it when it suits you, and I'll write a letter gloating about how I enjoyed killing him myself. He has a pocket knife. Are you out of your mind?
Yes. I thought that I could save Will from you, but you're the only one who can save him. Promise me you'll save him.
I promise you, Alana, I always keep my promises. Just cut one arm free, give me the knife and leave. I can do the rest.
Are you going to kill Mason?
Margot is. Snatch some of my hair, back from the hairline if you don't mind. Get some skin, put it in Mason's hand after he's dead.
Could I have ever understood you?
No.
A beast free from restraints. The monster of Florence chooses his prey. They will never live to see another day. A flash in the dark, the knife meets flesh. The blood sprays, the first guard is dead. A second draws his gun, but he's too late. A claw hammer to the chest is his face. Bang, bang, bang! The third guard fires, riddling the wall with holes. Hannibal wields the knife and hammer, quick as lightning, reaping souls. 4, 5, 6, 7 bodies hit the floor. Not Nothing moves but the blood dripping down the walls. Hannibal makes his way through the deadly halls. You must spill blood, be it by your hands or proxy. You must spill blood, be it your command or forces we can't see. No one can save you now, justice is down for the count. You must spill blood and leave before it hits the ground. You must spill blood.
Cordell. A moment of doubt passes through my mind. Not a sound appears to quiet. Could I've been left behind? Not a long way from where I fell asleep. In the air, I sense that things awry. Could this only be a dream? An oddity on my face, has it been replaced?
A face that's not his own. Hold the mirror up so close. Tear it back low and behold.
Cordell, I found you, or rather your skin. How could it so happen that it was you and not Graham?
Hello, Mason.
Alana, tell me what the hell, tell me where's Cordell?
I'm glad you asked. Cordell is dead. Look around you, they are all dead. And Hannibal got away. Now it's your turn to pay.
I'm taking what you promised me. Oh, Margot, you can't kill me. You know the rules. In the absence of an heir, the proceeds go elsewhere.
But there will be an heir. A virgin baby. Mine and yours. But mostly yours.
What?
You're so naive. Do you know what can be done when we're left to our own devices? We found our heir and the end justifies the means.
Hannibal told us what we needed to do with you. Cattle prodding in the right places got us what we needed. You're dead, Dr. Bloom. We all are. Didn't you know?
All it took was one slight move. No fury like a goddess scorned. My tears, your arrow, grief to anger, my heart enraged. Follow me in this fierce vein. I'll deal the cards of my pain. All it took was one slight move, an open wound festering the most tempest rage. Dealing my hand of cards, making you play all the way to Judgment Day.
New beginnings in the air, the end of an era, the end of an era, the end of an era.
Will you go home? Can you go home? No more than you can. Perceptions form over time from early days in hindsight.
Perceptions of you I've constructed. What I saw in you was corrupted.
I thought you should be caged. Will you watch over me?
I will watch over you.
With purpose you're imbued. Some beasts shouldn't be caged. They're not meant to change their ways. Your obsessive and successful hunt, whose plight was driven by
not yours, Will Graham's, or even mine. I've done it all for Misha.
Did you eat your sister? Yes, but I did not kill her. Where do I begin? I guess that winter, but I'll warn you it grows quite bitter. The lodge wasn't safe enough for us. It was then I learned to hold no trust. For the teacups always shattered and they never came together. When it started we were starving, Young, exhausted, the snow kept falling. Nothing to eat and nowhere to go. We never gave up, we searched for a home. From all sides there were 6 men, making the barn not our home but our tomb. Me and Misha thrown and locked away. In glimpses of light her skin was gray. Darkness and cold saw us grow weak. Before I was strong I was meek. The only warmth was her favor. That was until they took her. Come night I finally ate, unaware of her fate. I learned what it was in the future. Knowledge tore me open by my sutures. I vowed my revenge on all involved for killing the only one I'd ever loved and subjecting me to trickery. Remembering is not a blessing. The good and the terrible, as Socrates said better.
Your best and worst, on anger you were nursed.
Qualities coexist within us all. Sorrows born in this story prolonged. The most stable element.
The most stable element.
Between iron and silver, through fusion and fissure, the strength of nuclear decay. More atomic turns the day.
I'll watch over you.
You've left your cocoon.
Iron and silver,
all for my sister. Iron and silver, fires will burn. Fusion and fissure, iron and silver. The life we lived couldn't be sustained. One thing or another had to break the chain. It was a fate neither of us could escape. We would succumb to death or hate. And seeing as we're both alive, I think you know the reason why. I say the chain unlinked today. The teacup is broken, it'll stay that way. I'm not going to find you, I'm not going to look for you. I don't want to know where you are or what you do. I can't stand to think of you anymore. I want to go back to the way it was before. Before you forced yourself into my life. Before you showed your affection with a knife. Before you were lonely in solitude. I'd rather be lonely than be alone with you. You delight in wickedness, and yet for that yourself you berate. That is where you're mistaken. You delight, I tolerate. Tolerance is a fig leaf to hide your ravenous self. Don't you want to play with the cards you've been dealt? You could hand me a royal flush and I would throw it all away. 'Cause I don't share your appetite and I'm done playing your games. Goodbye, Hannibal. In that blissful moment then, I felt myself so small, so great. And then he hurled me back again into that uncertain state. The heat of love, the rush of blood, the passion it demands, enough to make the sanest man go mad. With him at my side, we could walk through fire and make it out alive. But I could no longer bear to commit such a love crime. But in that moment we had reveled, scared by neither hell nor devil. No matter what keeps us apart, the chain stays linked in our hearts. He's gone, Jack. I'm here. You finally caught the Chesapeake River, Jack.
Didn't catch you. You surrendered.
I want you to know exactly where I am and where you can find me. They were so close. Alas, they got caught. There was a flaw in their design. No design of theirs would be as good as mine. I'm rising to the test. Victims for the taking. In vivid color, I'm just like a painting. Let them try to stop me, they'll soon die by my hand. A silent couple of lambs.
The great red dragon, he watches up to every challenge. I will sing by the hour. The great red dragon goes on.
The world will never be the same. They'll remember my name. I will watch you shudder. I will watch you transform. Myself reflected in your glass eyes. My divided image of unfurling wings. Violent, powerful things. Nobody can bring me down. I wear the 7 crowns. This land is here for me to conquer.
The great red dragon, he caught us
up to every challenge
just by the hour. The great red dragon is on. The world will never be the same.
They'll remember my name. Those American dreams.
They call them not too fairies.
Gone and streaked in
That's what
red.
Freddie Lounge said.
The blissful ignorance is dead. You take your dying breath, and in turn it gives me life. The great red dragon,
he's going to strike again.
Radiant, roaring loud, I am free.
Look at how the tables have turned. I was too patsy, but then you got burned. Will Graham cut your heart in two and left you with nothing to lose? Are
Are you here to stand and mock? I thought you came so we could talk. Pull up a chair and put down the food. Blood and chocolate is all we can do.
I saved your life, be grateful at least. I could have left you in the mouth of the beast, but instead I wrote you a book and shouted out until Jack Crawford looked.
I didn't need you, I never did. The ink of blood was green, not red. And if you're that disgusted by me, this blood and chocolate shouldn't be.
Blood and chocolate made from pigs, but is that really what it always is? When we last had this meal at yours, was it the blood of a pig or a boar?
You know my record, doctor used common sense. It wasn't cow, it wasn't sheep, it was men. Yet blood and chocolate's still so divine. You savor spoonfuls like tasting fine wine.
Sanguinaccio dolce.
One of my favorite desserts.
Blood and chocolate. That should have been the subtitle of my book, but I promised myself I would never use colons in my titles. Colons lose their novelty when overused.
You'll have to write another book.
I am, but not about you. Like overused punctuation, the novelty of Hannibal the Cannibal has waned now that you've been solved.
Tell me, Frederick, who's caught your eye? Has Will Graham finally stopped by? Or is another soul subject to hell as you fake records of their mental health?
The Tooth Fairy, if you really must know. The papers love him cause he puts on a show. The symbolism of the mirrors he breaks makes the people have 1,000 different takes. Mine is the best, of course, there's no doubt.
Remember what I said about cutting your tongue out?
I muzzled a dog with no bite. Blood and chocolate is my only light. Maybe one day you'll get your prize, and Will Graham won't be just a gleam in your eye. The Tooth Fairy isn't as snappy as Hannibal the Cannibal, but he has a much wider demographic than you do. You with your fancy illusions and fussy aesthetics will always have niche appeal, but this fellow, there's something so universal about what he does. Kills whole families and in their homes, strikes at the very core of the American dream.
Out of my chair, Frederick.
Shall we join our hands in a prayer of gratitude? Shall we say goodbye to the backwards attitude? We have removed the monster from the flock, and now we're the ones who get to mock. Thank you from the souls who we've spared the pain.
Was that the magisterial we?
It's our cabal, yours and mine. Hannibal will spend his life watching a diaper car go by.
We lied, you wrote a book of lies.
Not difficult to see lies fly above my head, but it's impossible to shoot them down.
Hannibal will shoot them down. He's written a brilliant piece for the American Journal of Psychiatry.
Everything he writes is always about problems he doesn't have.
You need to join your hands in a prayer of hope. What he has written is gonna be a rope for you to hang yourself with his acid pen. It's a rebuttal to what you wrote back then, and no matter how hard you try, it'll stay.
Hard to believe an inmate's opinion will count for anything in the professional community.
You know it's going to count. It'll take a lot to surmount over the words of the renowned.
His gloating doesn't surround.
Your victory is small and sound. He has plenty of time
As a diaper car rolls through, passes by.
What did you two talk about?
When I was in your position, I recorded every word.
That's illegal. What did you talk about, Frederick?
The Tooth Fairy detected a trace of competitive vanity in our man. I would be cautious. The young Turk may inspire the old Lithuanian to keep himself interesting.
Get out of my chair, Frederick.
It's good to see you again.
I wish I could say the same.
You don't want to talk about it here?
I don't want to talk about it anywhere, but you've got to talk, so let's have it. Just don't take out any pictures. Molly and Walter will be back soon.
How much do you know?
They call him the Tooth Fairy, and they can't catch him. 2 families dead a month apart. Similar circumstances.
Not just similar, the exact same. You ever think about giving me a call?
No. I have a family, a fresh start, and working tore me apart. Everywhere I was sent left me with another scar.
I pushed you too far.
I believed I was broken, shattered. Molly came along, now I'm content.
But there are lives at risk.
And it's been so long, I no longer hear his song. The monsters in my mind are quiet. I don't know if I can do it.
Look at this. You have a family, a clean slate.
I need to protect her faith.
We have 3 weeks. Who's next besides Jacoby
He won't
and
succeed.
Lee? Their demise was bloody.
Can't let
Mothers
the
and
next be
fathers dead,
Molly.
transformed in their beds. And as for the kids,
Oh, God forbid.
So you worked with my
he
dad?
was the best we had. Always was and always will be. Come on, Will. Introduce me to your family.
A cabin beyond civilization. The lake's good for fishing. Forest trail's good for running. It's just the 3 of us. And all the dogs, of course. People bring dogs around here all the time. The small ones grow up and become big ones. You're a sucker for strays.
You're not fooling anyone. You always insist that they stay. Our cabin's safe in isolation. Lakes for fishing, trails for running. A fresh start, a clean slate, just the 3 of us.
Got a nice life here.
I'm lucky.
I'll take the dogs out.
How old is he?
11.
He'll be even taller than you.
His father was. I'll come with you, Wally. Wait up.
Whatever Will wants to do, you'll still take him away, won't you?
He's changed since you got married, let down all the ghosts he carried.
Wasn't always like that. Repeated nightmares, an eerie blank stare. He gets better and better.
I know what it is I'm asking. Just how haunting, just how taxing. I promise he'll come back to you. I wish I didn't have to.
You should go.
You want me to go?
If you stay,
If I stay,
more will die. What if we're next?
please don't say that I'll protect you.
You'll have a fresh start, a clean slate.
I
know
want to
you'll
keep you
us
safe.
Go solve some crimes, you brave sweet man. Catch him, come home. By doing the right thing, you save a lucky family.
I have our family. Molly, where I go, I won't come back. I won't be the same. There's an old flame that'll burn me out.
I'll be the same, I won't change. Catch him, come home.
Catch him, come home.
Dear Will, we have all found a new life, far from trouble and from strife. But as the tale goes, our old life hovering in the shadows, incipient madness in the recess of your mind. The legacy you left was never that far behind. I fear Jack Crawford will come knocking, a shooting star with no sign of stopping. As your friend, heed my warning, not to step through the door he holds open. It's dark on the other side of the line. Perhaps we could mend the chain. You could never stay away, could you?
I can still be born anew.
My for your beautiful timeless has been nothing without your presence. My mental disturbance by the light of this candle. Perhaps you should attack from a new angle. With him at my side, we could walk through fire and make it out alive. Every moment spent with you cut short with my goodbye. With us there is no separation. You and I are conjoined. We are one. Do you I see the way I fit into your design? Every love crime that is yours is mine. I want to go back to the way things were before. So many strikes allowed in this war. I say the chain is fixed today. I'll catch him. I'm on my way. Sincerely, Hannibal Lecter. Red strings stretch as far as the eye can see. Broken mirrors shine in the flashlight beam. My own reflection out of sync. Red stains the carpet like pen ink. Red strings extend like tendrils, not the elegant tableau I know. More Jackson Pollock than Raphael, blood it drips and flows. I cut Mr. Leeds' throat as he lay asleep beside his wife. I shoot her in the stomach, bullet lodging in her spine. I strangle her as Mr. Leeds rises. He runs to protect the children meek. I shoot the first boy in bed and drag the other out from underneath. The smashing of mirrors begins. I shatter the glass, see myself in the shark. victim to my gun. Red strings spread like blood splatter wings. This is what I've become. This is my design.
I expect you to do the best you can.
I can't do this work while I'm split in half.
What are you implying?
The dragon soars overhead. He lets them see him, etches their name into their foreheads. Before another family dies, with shards of glass shoved in their eyes. There's something I have to do before the next full moon. A mindset I need to recover. He is the lion and I am the lamb. This is our reunion.
Be wise, will think again.
I've had years to mull it over. Believe me, Jack, I know my strife. I have to see Hannibal.
Back under the butcher's knife.
His indignation burns, melting the walls of he's confined within these bars. A hammer and a brain, both sharp, both in chains.
Chain stays linked in our hearts, no matter what keeps us apart. There he sits upon his great white throne. This is what it comes to coming home. Hello, Dr. Lecter. Hello, Will. Did you get my note? And furthermore, did you read it before you destroyed it? I read it. And then I burned it. Behind you a door opens which you cannot close. You know this well, and still you came to my cell. I need your help. I thought so. Are we no longer on a first-name basis? I'm comfortable as personal, staying afloat in your oasis. The lake of fire is our own. What we made, you helped set in stone. A multitude between us now. A chasm splitting the ground, good and evil shaking the steeple. It's bound to shake, you've come from stability. Your hands are steady. I can smell your aftershave from here. It's changed the guise you wear. Suited for a child. Is there a child in your life, Will? I came here to talk about Chicago and Buffalo, Dr. Lecter. You aspire to figure out how he chooses them. I'd assume you have time to think of ideas. I think often. Us men are wretched things. It didn't stay that way. You didn't come just to look at me. The chasm beneath and between us. Dark ranges, roaring seas. You catch the old scent again. Never forgot what happened back then. Why don't you try to look at myself? What I see offers no help. Your tongue is a twisty thing. Words of every kind infiltrate my mind. All hope abandoned for those who enter. You should know better. We're in my domain, so we play your game. I imagine you're a good father. The infernal blisters hotter. Family values have declined. We help when we can, even when it crosses the line. Your family will. How does it feel to see him again? He's a lion, I'm a lamb. This is our reunion. Part of him walked out with me, part of him stayed there with him. I stopped to look over my shoulder. The halls are empty and the lights are dim. You did this for Jack, came all the way back. I saw the pictures, the gore and the glass. I saw my wife, the dogs and her son. I'll act to keep them safe, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes, they'll be safe. I'm still with Margot, our errand place. Good for Margot. Good for me, I carried him. A verger baby, my son. You have family, Alana. What are you still doing here? Count them one by one. Only 5 doors between Hannibal and the outside world. I possess the keys to every single one of them, and I'm not letting him go again. I will not be a victim, neither will you. He who suits with the devil needs a long spoon. It doesn't matter if you put up a resistance. Hannibal erodes every boundary. I worried you 'cause last time it didn't end with you. This killer, he's a very shy boy, Will. I'd love to meet him. Oh, I'm sure you would. On such wings he aspires, set on seizing such fire, account for his thirst for power, blooming from insecurity. The dragon is disfigured, at war with scrutiny. He smashed the mirrors at the houses, more than enough for what he wanted. Did he see himself in their eyes? Can you see yourself in their eyes? Killing them all like you will. He needs a family to escape the hunger festering inside him. How did you choose yours? Had a new life. Stepson, can't pass on these traits. Where the deaths occurred, what were the yards like? Fenced in with trees, hidden from sight. Blood in the moonlight gleams like stars in the night sky. What? Have you ever seen blood in the moonlight, Will? It appears quite black.
Just trying to keep America clean, or is that evidence?
You're trespassing, Freddy.
I was trespassing before the blood dried. I was here the moment this family died.
I'm not talking to you, move on.
We're co-conspirators.
She died for your cause.
You didn't die enough. Snuck into my hospital room while I was asleep. Whipped out your camera and flipped back the sheets.
I covered your junk with a black box.
A big black box.
You're welcome.
You called us murder husbands.
That's what you were, wasn't it? You ran off to Europe together. Face it, you and Hannibal are tethered. How can the tooth fairy compare? Haven't seen it like this since the end of an era. Funny thing about that massacre, Bloom survived, got rich, now Lecter's under her care. What kind of arrangement do you suppose they have?
A complicated one.
What about you and Hannibal? You paid him a visit before you lie, I know you did.
Goodbye, Freddy.
No, no, not so fast. Freddy Loud steps into his path.
Manhunter stymied in their search for the fairy. Turned to the most savage killer in captivity. It takes one to catch one, an agent told me.
Are you referring to Hannibal or me?
I'll let my readers decide.
If you're smart, you'll take my offer.
See, this is bait, a little blood in the water. While psychopaths are self-obsessed, all they like to read about is them. Driven by justice or desire, revisits an old flame to put out the fire. Consults the man who tried to kill him. After all this time, Graham had to give in. murder husbands reunite, who tolerates and who delights. Bram and Lecter together again.
Still untouched by the horror of the dragon, the woman clothed in sun stays in. Attention deaf to match her blindness, with nimble fingers film she'll process. How radiant she is, the room does glow, of her grim future she doesn't know. Moon underfoot, 12 stars on her crown, the dragon approaches and her destiny is found. Melody in the cadence of her name, the light shines in Reba McLean.
Come on in. Is that you, Dee? Very one. If you put your back against the door and take 3 steps across the floor, you'll find a stool to take a seat. Stay a while, I could use the company. I need some infrared movie film. You'd be better off shooting digital. Oh, I'm not a fan of that format. I want to photograph the nocturnal animals at the zoo. Do they have any tigers? Families of every animal there, probably. I went blind when I was 2. The last thing I could see was a tiger at the zoo. She lives forever in my memory. I'd be happy to process the film for you, privacy guaranteed. Thank you for your offer. Would you accept one of mine? The bus fare flows over, I could give you a ride. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not worried. I'll pour you a drink. Been working there 3 months. Oh, how I love it being outside. Outside of what? Outside of the inside. I can weigh the waters, test the tide, knock around in a sighted world. The dragon starts to quarrel. You don't talk much, do you? Why are you subdued? That's perfectly okay, but I care what you have to say. You don't give me sympathy. No spit on my cheek, no pity. I like that sort of grace. May I touch your face? I just want to know if you're smiling or frowning, whether I should shut up or not. I'm smiling. Trust me, I'm smiling. Your presence fulfills me.
How radiant she is, the room does glow, of her grim future she doesn't know. Moon underfoot, 12 stars on her crown, the dragon approaches and her destiny is found. She extended her arm, let me into her home, and now the dragon needs to roam.
Hello, my name is Byron Metcalf. I'm Hannibal Lecter's lawyer. Yes, I'll hold. It's your attorney. Thank you. Hello? Hello, Dr. Lecter. I'm delighted you have taken an interest. You wouldn't tell them who I am, even if you knew I trust. You alone can understand what I am becoming. What are you becoming? The great red dragon. I've admired you for years. I've read about you in Tattle Crime. These journalists love slinging, built upon exaggeration and lie.
You've read Freddie Lowndes' latest? It's not a good picture of you. You're the dark prince of the Renaissance. To be recognized by you is all I want. As the dragon sat before 666, my eyes ablaze on you transfixed. I will watch you melt with the strength of the dragon. See how magnificent you are. I loom over the devil and spread my wings. The number of the beast is 666. Did he who made the lamb make thee?
I remember a dream about drowning and being awake and asleep, being myself but not me. I could smell the salt in the air, we were by the sea. The needle in my skin, the drugs in my veins, wash away the sense of identity that remained. He stood at a distance, never calling my name, tranquil, low and even, felt less and less strange. And then her name was Leah Fell, erased all remnants of my former self. He played his part and I played mine, became a brushstroke in his design. We take for granted our sense of self, a construct of the mind lost in the mouth of hell. As I sat at his table, partook in the feast, my journey of damnation began when I was swallowed by the beast.
Poor Dr. de Maurier, swallowed by the beast from the sea. In his bowels for what felt like eternity. You didn't lose yourself to that monster. You just crawled so far up his ass you couldn't be bothered. Hello, Will. You hitched your star to the monster of Florence. You're the bride of Frankenstein. He's the moldy cheese to your wine. You were a knockoff Bonnie and Clyde.
Have you been to see him?
Yes.
Haven't learned your lesson, have you? Just couldn't get enough. Did you really miss him that much?
Have you been to see him?
No, I've seen enough. I was with him behind the veil. On the other side, you were frail.
Something we should talk about. You'll have to make an appointment.
He sends greeting cards on holidays, always has a recipe.
If he ends up eating you, you know you'd have it coming.
I can't blame him for doing what evolution has equipped him to do.
If we just do whatever evolution equipped us to do, then murder and cannibalism are morally acceptable.
To murderers and cannibals and
you lied, a common thing you do.
the truth simply cloaked in obscurity. Covert treatment suffers disapproval and secrecy.
Because Hannibal was an uncooperative patient?
because I was a cooperative psychiatrist. Do no harm, and did you, by a technicality, you dared to care? Not the first time I've lost objectivity in matters where Hannibal is concerned, where Bluebeard's wives we never seem to learn. You and I are just pawns in his eyes, psychological warfare. After every battle we die a little inside. How is one patient worthy of compassion? No. How is one killer worthy of compassion and not morally another? Insane when it comes to Hannibal, and we keep getting away with things so terrible. All that time behind the veil, you'd already killed one patient. Did it ever occur to you to kill again? Our relationship wasn't as passionate, not nearly as invasive or intimate. You're here to visit an old flame while it's still lit. Is your wife aware how intimately you and Hannibal know each other? She's aware enough. You couldn't save Hannibal. What makes you think you'll stop these tragedies? He's harmful but so irresistible, steals away your rationality in matters where Hannibal is concerned, where Bluebeard's wives we never seem to learn. You and I are just pawns in his eyes, psychological warfare. After every battle we die a little inside. You're walking down the street and you see a wounded bird in the grass. What's your first thought? It's vulnerable. I want to help it. My first thought is also that it's vulnerable. Yet I want to crush it. One thing I learned from Hannibal is the alchemy of lies and truth. It's how he tricked me into believing that you were a killer, but that's not you. You're capable of righteous violence because you are compassionate. How are you capable? Extreme acts of cruelty require a high degree of empathy. The next time your instinct is to help someone, you should really consider crushing them instead. You may save yourself some trouble. It was done carefully, cleanly. It wasn't the work of a child. A very sharp knife, a lucky sign inscribed. A Chinese character which means you hit it, an expression sometimes used in gambling. It also appears on a piece marking the red dragon. And behold, a great red dragon, the world caught in his talons. By his hand a tree carved in. He's hit twice, but he'll strike again. The Jacobi's enemies in the glory of his becoming, standing over a bleeding woman in the coil of his tail. The dragon is hungry, and nightmares he will unveil. A handful of days radiate such a charge of demonic sexuality. There are families yet to come. He's just getting started, he isn't done. 11 days to the next full moon. We'll find a lead and catch him soon. Time the clock, tick tock. This is my design of blood and breath. And behold, a great red dragon, the world caught in his talons. By his hand a tree carved in. He's hit twice, but he'll strike again. The Jacobi's enemies this dragon will. I don't think he's crazy at all. I think he may be quite sane. A magnificent thing to watch the world through his red haze.
You think there's any way to push him to be self-destructive?
Push him towards suicide?
Suicide suits me just fine.
If he's really trying to stop, he's not going to kill himself. How could he be sure his death would affect whatever's inside of him?
You could tell something about him or you wouldn't have found him. Will, you were clever, what do you know? Will Graham, what else can you show?
Jack Crawford, fisher of men, watch my cork move against the current. You've got me again. Jack thinks he's so clever when he catches fish fast, but never catches a proper bass. Hannibal shared the little secret of where to find this man. He nets them every time, that's why he had success. Humans are predictable, like fish in a pool. Hannibal watches and listens, never mistake him for a fool. Still leading the pack, landlocked inside, killing them all while tying beautiful flies safe and dry from the river.
Hannibal Lecter?
He knows. He knows who the dragon is. He probably treated him. It stunned me the first time that I saw. I've never seen anything that even approached my thoughts. Though graphic as they are, can they be seen at my ears from afar? No. Might they fog the film and ruin everything we worked for? Hypothetically, Blake peeked in your ear and saw the red dragon there. Enough for it to worry you, though it seems you have nothing to see there. Yes, this new tune-ness with the great red dragon, you keep losing you. A tulpa you've created, slowly delicate, just keep breathing through. You know what you have to do. The dragon never spoke to me before. It was frightening at first. The great red dragon was all I had for a long verse. I thought we were together, unified, our bodies, voices, wills, one. But not now, not since we have her. What did it say? It called my name, it wants her flame, but for me that's a different song. If it wasn't for it, you wouldn't have her yet. The power from the becoming made you strong. Keep that mental track back, you can keep up your own thoughts. I put my hand on her beating heart, through your chest, heard the sound of her voice, a living woman, how bizarre. She was much easier to carry, she is mine. Can I keep this choice? I need to stay in line. How could I keep her? When all I hear is the dragon's time. Because she wasn't limp, she was easier to hold. You could choose to have her alive. Don't worry about feeling love. That trail often goes cold. You can always toss the dragon someone else. though I've known that complicated road. Will Graham interest me, an odd-looking man for company, not handsome for an investigator, but he has a useful purpose for my plan. He has a family, though seldom seen. Save yourself, kill them all, no in between. The dragon has contacted you. Don't lie to me, you know it's true. How do you imagine he's contacted me? Personal ads? Writing notes of admiration on toilet paper? Alana thinks he's trying to stop the demon inside he's trying to block. To begin to understand, she must see things that she can't comprehend. There's a family out there, they don't know he's coming. If you tell me who he is, we could end the suffering. Tell me, how is he choosing them? How he's choosing them is not how you'll catch him. When you close your eyes, who is it you see? Is it your wife and son, your perfect little family? Do you know who they are? Yes. You're willing to let them die? They're not my family, Will. And I'm not letting them die. You are.
The great red dragon sharpens his claws. He's out on the prowl, and he's out for blood. He sits on the throne, wears the 7 crowns, and devours the child of the woman clothed in sun. The great red dragon is our Armageddon, a silenced pistol as his holy weapon. See there on his heart is the mark of the beast. Outside he walks free,
Stalking, waiting for the killing.
But Molly senses something is not right.
Wait for me by the car. Count to 100. If you see anyone but me, run for the road.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
See a light. Stop. Help us, please. I almost killed you. What are you doing? Get back in the car. We have to go. What are you can't just...
Gunsmoke in the air. Get down, he's over there.
I will protect my son from the dragon and his gun.
The great red dragon sharpens his claws. He's out on the prowl, and he's out for blood. Target on her shoulder, bullets fly. Can Molly Graham make it out alive?
at the moon, all he sees is red. The family got away. A bleeding mother flees with her kid.
Why did you put on baseball? I wanted you to feel secure. The dogs are safe. While he's safe, we brought them in procedure. You look different, you said you would. Said you wouldn't be the same. You said you would. And at one point that was my aim. Boy, was I wrong about that. I told you to go, wanted it. The people who blame are me and Crawford. I stabbed your back, shot a bullet, and made your reality split. Jack knew what he was doing, so did I, and I still agree. Is he after you now? He is. He came when Hannibal suggested it. It's a clammy, sick feeling. My son almost died. I knew it was him, I knew. I saw your picture in that paper and I knew. I hate this small and sorry. This might take a while. It might. Tough to hold on when it's slippery. It's slick as hell. Just about worn out with you crazy sons of bitches. The worst of human spirit isn't in the crazy sons of bitches. What did you say to him? Save yourself. Kill them all. Then I gave him your home address. Always scheming towards hurt. How's the wife? She has a vigilance for lumps, a hard-bought knowledge that time is luck. She's lucky. She survived the great red dragon. When you look at her, what do you see? Is the home you once held now gone? Or do you still have that ecstasy? Before the dragon, the shy boy would never have dared to do this. But after the tactics you deployed, he thinks that he cannot miss. Fear brushes the walls of your chest, circling inside you like a bat in a house. Get a hold of it. The dragon's got a hold of his. Likely thinks that you're a monster, just as much of one as he is. Is this a competition, doctor? Two souls, alas, are dwelling in my breast, and one is striving to forsake its brother. The dragon is freedom to him. It helps him shed his skin. Two souls merging into one until the weaker is gone. He didn't murder those families. He changed them. He wants to change you too. Don't you crave change, Will? This case is freedom to me. It helps me shed my skin. Two souls merging into one until the weaker is gone. Then again, you never needed anybody else's help. You were always willing to change. I'm sorry to interrupt. You have a telephone call. It's your lawyer. Would you like to take it? Did he say why he was calling? Only said that he hasn't called you, not since you've been declared insane. I want to know what you're up to and why you're playing a game. I could have told you, if only I'd known to ask. If only. Would you have told me the truth? In terms of the truth I've always told, through the subtle, not the bold, I've spoken it in my own way. You denied until you saw me in the fray. Mr. Metcalf, that'll be all for now. Thank you for your time. You were speaking to the Tooth Fairy. Alana, after all this time, don't you think that he has earned the right? You call him what he's chosen. He is the great red dragon.
You have hugged hell, Dr. Lecter.
I often do. You got just what you wanted. Relevant back on the table. Up kicking, not forgotten. But how can you stay comfortable? Given the dragon's recent failure, you wish for me to offer counsel.
I want you to stay on the line. Keep him talking and give us time.
I can't refuse a sympathetic ear. He no doubt needs it. Working together once again, Jack. A solid plan, but can it remain intact?
Alana and I won't allow tricks. The bricks are setting. We can't afford a fatal slip.
Hurry, steady. He'll be listening.
You in here? Yes. What are you doing here sitting in the dark? How do you know it's dark? The lights aren't on. Do you remember the light before its rays were lost from your sight? Must be worse for it to slip from between your fingertips. Pitiful, weak, so easily distracted. Reba McLean's light refracted. Look in the mirror and tell me, is this your becoming? I don't know what I can say. What's happening? Why am I this way? You threaten me and yet you don't. It's confusing, there is no antidote. Rare to really figure anything out. Is that what life's all about? We can find our way together. It'll get better and better. I can't be with you. I'm not what you determine. I am nobody's burden. That's not what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Nice spending time with someone who had the courage to get his hat or stay. As he damn please, even you gave me credit for just the same. Take your hat, Francis. Get it and go. The dragon exiled. Can I reconcile? His light slipped from his hands. I know he'll understand. He'll listen to me. Hello? You are the dragon and only you. With your fear you can make use. Inside you know who is speaking. You have since the beginning. You and the dragon are one. Blood splatter wings are your higher self. Your radiance has only just begun. Remember the blood and breath. If I am not strong enough, she will die because don't let fear leech your strength. You are holding her at arm's length. I need to think. I told her I can't be with her. What you feel you cannot express, no more than a scar can blush. Do you often not find out what you feel until you act? Yes. Do you know how you feel about her? Yes. I'm afraid she'll come to the house. She'll want to talk, she'll be caught. What may happen, I don't know. The dragon may come down. She would tear so easily, dying there beneath me, dark and corrupt. I must serve her up. She called me a man, a sweet man. Think about Will Graham's family, the three of them. They are happy, the weight of his wife in your arms, helpless, distressed, and easy to harm. Holding Will down as he loses blood, undo you, his heart quivers like a bird. To the dragon his birthright, and devil his due. Heed my words, Francis, they are for you. A final word before I go, a courtesy. We are not alone. They're listening. I look at my wife and I see her dead. I see Mrs. Leeds and Mrs. Jacoby lying where Molly should be. Do you see yourself killing her? Yes, over and over.
It's hard to predict the brittle breaking, or when Hannibal will do his taking. He's given you 3 years to build a family, a life he'll guarantee to end in tragedy.
He's already taken so much. Everything I love has ended in blood.
He uses aggression to maintain order.
What has he taken from you? What horrors?
Hannibal intends to kill me himself. He's already taken every dear thing I've held. His next desire is to eat me, and he's in no position to do that now.
If you play, you pay.
And you've paid dearly. You survived the first time, but the next comes swiftly. It excites him to see you marked in this way. It puts his influence on public display.
Why?
Why do you think?
Bluebeard's wife.
Secrets sworn to keep, if you wish to stay intact. If I'm to be Bluebeard's wife, I'd have preferred to be the last.
Is Hannibal in love with me?
Could he feel a stab of pain and hunger for you every day? A feeling he cannot explain. From rationality it pulls him away. For love he'd give his blood, his life too, as he gave up his freedom for you. You were refreshing, something new. Time and time again you split his heart in two. For you he betrays his instincts. For you he's methodical, yet on a whim. Fragments of his soul have burrowed within. But the question is, do you ache for him? Does he fan a wildfire in your heart? Will you never be satisfied? Do you rush from desire to enjoyment, and in enjoyment pine for desire? The tranquil stream in which you wade pours from melted snow. You filled his heart, and now your stream again is shallow. Can he fill your emptiness? Close the wounds that pierce your skin. The feeling you fail to express. Is this devil your dark prince? Body and soul fit so well together, yet are eternally in contention. Does your body know what your soul wants? Is either paying attention?
I know what I want.
But why can't you have it?
My past and present life are too much in conflict. In the past I was so passionate I simply couldn't resist, but my present wants it all to go away. That's his wish.
Once you catch the red dragon, your wife and son can go home again. Can you?
Will's thoughts are bound by fear and kindness, just like Milton's were by physics. He's free to imagine anything, it's a curse. And now he's imagined the worst. We are all like little ducklings, always a mother we are following, imprint on ideas that grab our attention. I wonder what has your attention. God, the devil, and the dragon, lest we forget the Lamb. The Lamb of God will grant. Let us hope he forgives the sins of man. Hide us from the wrath of the Lamb. Who's us? You, me, and the great red dragon. The Lamb's wrath touches all who have sinned, a retribution far deadlier than the dragon's. It's the dawn of revelation, the seals are being opened, meek and mild no more, the Lamb is becoming a lion, for the great day of his wrath has come. And who shall be able to stand? Is your conscience clear? Clear as yours. In righteousness the Lamb doth judge and make war. His righteous anger has led him down this path. Bring forth like lightning the fury of his wrath. You are the threat, not the dragon. The devil himself bound in the pit. Bars of glass rather than iron, but soon you'll be cast into the lake of fire. If I am the devil and Will is the Lamb, that makes you God, don't you understand? All gods demand a sacrifice. Your precious little lamb may pay the price. God, the devil, and the dragon, lest we forget the Lamb. The Lamb of God will grant. Let us hope he forgives the sins of men.
8 in a month, we can't keep waiting. Let's go for it, it's the best way to bait him.
I'm on the hook, now I'm dangling. The perfect choice for the fish you're targeting.
You suggested.
You didn't fight it. We're both to blame for what's happening. You fooled yourselves once into believing you were in control of what was happening. Are you still under that delusion? Abstract curiosity will lead to victory. Psychopaths and narcissists, they love to read about themselves. Even Hannibal reads tattle crime. We should use Freddy Lounge.
You need an interview and a picture or two.
Might as well, I can't go home for as long as he's loose. I really badmouth the Red Dragon and tattle crime, and then give him a shot at me.
It needs to be a good shot. What about the setup?
Something open to get close, cause he won't hold a rifle.
Feels like a trap to me. It'll feel like a trap to him. You'll need a professional to legitimize what you're saying.
Are you volunteering?
No, I'd have to be a fool. There's a doctor I know of, eyes covered with wool.
Are you here to remonstrate me with I told you so's? That's not why I'm here.
We need someone who's less concerned with the truth than the best story it can give, and your record suggests you fit. Lay out your theories, we'll aggravate them.
Shape your words into lethal weapons.
No investigator would say this, and no newspaper will credit.
You sell t-shirts that say the Tooth Fairy's a one-night stand. He objects to the Tooth Fairy because it implicates that he's gay. To piss him off, just call him that.
Then Tooth Fairy is the way.
The Tooth Fairy's actions indicate a projective delusion, insanity. plenty of thoughts of inadequacy. A Picasso face, distorted, ugly. He really struggles with impotency. His mind matches his deformities. He really is a sick and twisted freak. In his head, there's a strong bonding of aggressive and sexual drives. It occurred in the early years of his life. It's where his perverted nature derives. No, it's where his viciousness decides to thrive. Sexual failure has broken his mind. He's an animal just trying to survive. The savage acts aimed at women performed in the family's presence are strikes at a maternal figure, are products of an incestuous home. This is the child of a nightmare. Into the fire of the nightmare child, into the trap of the FBI, stoking the flame until it runs wild. This is the consequence of his design.
We need a shot of your hideaway.
I'd love you poring over an artist's impression of the Tooth Fairy. Maybe in a bathrobe.
I'll stand by the window. Let him see the fountain. Let him see the dome. I need him to realize where I'm calling home. Would you like to be in the picture, Frederick? One for the dust jacket.
An arm wraps around the shoulder, the cement to hold the fate. He's become their cannon fodder, a casualty lying in wait. A serenade for the three women, a second Judas kiss. He's fallen to his knees for a drop of Clotho and Lachesis.
Dr. Lecter gave me misleading answers in my interviews. I will refute his refutations in my new book, Blood and Chocolate. The tabloids love Hannibal more than alien abductions. We know who his fans are, that's his target audience.
It's him! It's him! It's him! It's him, that's what he said. Fury in his eyes, he wants him dead. Agents knocked out on the floor. Watch out, Chilton! Watch out!
Hands reach out until they collide. Minimal struggle, fear in his eyes.
Fist to his face, the world blacks out. Sleep now, Frederick. Sleep sound. The false prophet lies motionless, his eyes open to commence the distress. Blindfolded and gagged, the great red dragon looms over his head.
Would you like a blanket? I'll get you a blanket. My back hurts, my skin crawls. Did I get burned? Oh dear God! Burned? No. You just rest here. Do you know who I am? I don't want to know, believe me. According to you, I couldn't identify. I'm a vicious, perverted, sexual failure. No, no. You know now, don't you? Yes, yes. Why did you lie, Dr. Chilton?
Will Graham,
Do you understand what I'm doing? No, no, but I've got a chance to listen. Your lips tell lies and they beg for your life, but I can't see them repenting.
His lips told lies and now here's the price. The beast's wrath will be unrelenting.
Do you feel privileged? It's a privilege, but I have to tell you, man to man, that I am scared. But I'm not a man. I am a dragon. I'm so much more than you
could ever imagine.
Please, I'm terrified. I want to run for my life. You wouldn't have to scare me for me to be impressed. Your lips tell lies and they beg for your life, but I can't see them repenting.
His lips told lies and now here's the price. The beast's wrath will be never ending.
Do you believe in God, Dr. Chilton?
Is God in attendance? Are you praying as I speak? Do you want to confess your sins before the night's complete?
Doesn't help you. I don't think about it. I ought to. You ought to understand so many different things, yet somehow you're still blinded by everything that's shining. In a little while, I'll help you understand.
The green and gold can't hide the blood. The green and gold can't stop the flood. The beast twists him towards his fate. The skin, the thing that hides his face.
No, I don't want to see you. Open your eyes, look at me, see the perfection that I see, or your eyelids will be stapled to your forehead with a piece of metal. Oh my dear God, Jesus. Your lips tell lies and they beg for your life, but I can't see them repenting.
His lips told lies and now here's the price. The beast's wrath will be unforgiving.
Reba! Make a sound and I'll kill her.
The dragon's prize awaits outside. She takes in breaths of crisp air until she hears the creak of wood and is led into the dragon's lair.
You haven't answered my calls. Your office said you were sick. The flu. You shouldn't be here.
Come for the soup. I'm guilty of liking you, demonstrably guilty, and I hope you like me too.
I do.
You withdraw to avoid pain. I know because I do the same, but I'm not so scarred by life that I'm incapable of love, and I hope you aren't either.
Enjoy the soup.
So do his chances. Cujado, he has no other choices. To live or to die, Shakespeare rewritten, performed live in a merciless fashion.
Do you want to know what I am? More than anything,
I was afraid to ask.
Swirls of water and color, where the dark meets the light. The dragon dances and slithers, who will prevail after the fight?
Look, do you see now? I see.
A switch to the first woman, alive, happy, and healthy. A still of the former days of Mrs. Jacoby.
Do you see? Yes.
Look into the mirror, a reflection of death. Is this the end? It may not be over yet.
Do you see? Yes.
Another victim appears, another lost soul. Mrs. Leeds in her prime before she played her role. Little left behind, her transformation complete.
Do you see?
Shallow and alone inside, it's time for one final feat.
Oh God, please, no, not me. Are you going to tell more lies? Never, never. Why did you tell the lies, Doctor? I was under orders. You quote Will Graham. Graham told the lies. Graham. Your lips told lies, now you must learn the truth. But I can't see them learning.
Lie for the cannibal, now about the red dragon. And he doesn't seem to be learning.
Will you tell the truth now? About me, my work, my becoming, my art, Dr. Chilton. Is this art? Art. I see more, yet I'm insane. I push the world more, but I'm insane. I'm more powerful and have dared more. I'm the dragon and you call me insane. You are a slug in the sun. You are privy to my becoming. You're an ant in the afterbirth. To me, you are nothing.
He's normally so comfortable. The land should feel like home by now. From his friend to his enemy, Chilton still cannot see.
Your lips told lies, Dr. Chilton. But I will show you mercy and allow you to redeem yourself. I've had a great privilege. I've seen with wonder and awe the strength of the great red dragon and all that he does control. I lied and he showed mercy because they weren't my words. But Will Graham won't be so lucky. He will get it so much worse. Reach behind you, feel the knobs, and find the spine between them. That's the place where you will find a snap, the dragon's revenge. Lord, I praise you for your grace and forgiveness in my life. Jack, turn it off. I praise you that as high as the heavens are above the earth, your love reaches even higher.
Jack, turn it off.
Thank you that as far as the east is from the west, you have removed my sins and transgressions. Amen.
Jack, turn it off.
blood on the agent's hands. How much can the lamb bear? Or is it the wolf that hides beneath, that leaves no one to spare? The lying lips are out of sight, the skin engulfed in flames. The lamb's burning cenotaph. Sleep now, Frederick, your part's been played.
If I untie you and let you sit up, will you be good? I didn't know you cared this much about me. I'm glad you feel that way, but you're scaring me with all this. I never wanted to hurt you, Dee. Let's just be friends. Shut up. What I am about to tell you, listen, don't misconstrue. Grave and important as the Ten Commandments, the word of the dragon, tinged with malice. Got it? Yes, Dee, Shut up, Reba. Remarkable events have occurred in Chicago and Buffalo. 2 families changed. Police say they were murdered. Leeds and Jacoby were their names. Do you know what they call the being that paid those families a visit? The tooth. Think again, carefully. Dragon. The red dragon. I am the dragon. The dragon's hunger consumes me, teeth sharp like a prophecy. My wings start to unfold. You're dressed in gold, glowed with the sun. Reba, take this key. Just to see if I can trust you, run and stop. You know where you are in this room. Go to the door, make sure it's locked. Come back to me or I'll catch you. Stuck in a maze, there's the door. I can't escape from his red haze. I won't be kept anymore. Take the key out of the door, Reba. Put it back around my neck. Good. Now back upstairs. You know the way. I can't keep the dragon off you. Put your hand down. That's gun steel. A silenced pistol. You can fight this. Don't shoot me down. Already, I can hear the uproar in the city. I fly wearing the 7 crowns. A great sign appeared in heaven, the woman clothed in sun, and the moon under her feet, swept under her center, free falling. The great red dragon awaits, jaws open to devour what he could. 10 horns there on his head, as his anguished victims fall dead. I wish I could have trusted you. I wanted to trust you. It felt so good. So did you. Please, don't hurt me now.
The dragon doesn't have to feed.
The beast is hungry
You can still
soon.
make it right.
Better you go with me.
The dragon breathes fire, gas and flames rise higher.
Oh, Reba, I can't stand to watch you burn.
a key. My 12 stars knocked out of orbit. She escaped from the fire. I can never forget.
I got out alive.
You were meant to survive.
A man once tried to slap me. I was quiet, he couldn't find me. He was blind, but this one could see. And he was crazy. That's the word, crazy.
Crazy is a fearsome word. Oh, the power it holds. In its clutches, all discussions of a story too often told. Tell me what kind of crazy could make a man act this way?
Was I the reason why? Was I just fanning the flames? Around his neck there was a key. I felt his body, lifeless body, with my own two hands. I felt it with my own two hands.
I promise this horror has come to an end. I wouldn't dare make you live through it again. But I'd like to come back just to say hello. See how you're doing, the least I owe.
How could you help it? A charmer like me. Would you excuse us for a minute, officer?
In the end, he couldn't kill you. He couldn't watch you die. We think he was trying to stop. So
Is
that's
that the reason why?
You helped him. You saved so many lives. You helped him see the flaws in his design.
I drew a freak, warning spelled out in blood streaks, but I couldn't see.
You didn't draw a freak. You drew a man with a freak on his back. It's about what you offer, not what you lack. There's nothing wrong with you. Don't let yourself believe it's not true. You walked through the fire and made it out alive. All 12 stars on your crown. You survived. The moon under your feet as I staggered through those halls. Feel the heat, I couldn't breathe, but you're alive.
I know there's nothing wrong with me. When making friends, I'm wary of those who foster dependency. It festers and they feed.
I've been with a few. The blind attract them, not just the blind.
Blood red banners burning in the wind. We surrender and the games begin. They showed us the truth and they even brought proof. Didn't feel the heat until it charred our skin. But I got
likes to play. He can't hurt me now. Ding dong, the dragon's dead. If you've done the honor, our congratulations in order. I didn't kill him. Suicide. The great red dragon's blood runs. He was never strong enough. He was trying to stop. You can't blink away the red haze. Blood stains behind your eyes, they stay. Don't you understand that will? After stifling your urge to kill. Your only consolation is Dr. Chilton. The job you did on him was worthy of art. My admiration belongs to you. What a cunning boor you are. Are you accusing me of something? Does the enemy inside you agree with this accusation? Even a little bit? I came to stop the dragon. He stopped. Catch him and go home. The life you say you want. You may be free to go, but is there any point? I like my life there. Your life there won't be the same. You'll see it start to change. Unspoken knowledge haunting you. All those lipless voices accusing you. Molly and I want it to be the same. Mutual assurances in the dark. Till death do we both part. Your vows have missed their mark. I know it in my heart. When life becomes maddeningly polite, close your eyes, wade into the quiet of the stream. Think about me, think about me. Don't worry about me. Way back after the end of an air, you went and turned yourself in. Locked in a place I'd always know where, so that I'd come back again. You'd only do that if I rejected you. Nobody knows you as well as I do. This is the end once and for all. Goodbye, Hannibal. Will, was it good to see me? Good? No. Met the cat, and you stabbed him in the back. When the cat met the mouse, he was too quick to pounce. It landed him in jail, breathed air into the sails. Your novelty is almost up, you both have lost your touch. Whatever Hannibal's told you, keep in mind it isn't true. He'll whisper through the chrysalis until all you hear is him. You have little faith in the lamb, meek and mild until I snap. Beware the second coming, no longer just your reckoning. have no reason to feel fear. You've been tame for all these years. My day is on the horizon, and all know the dragon. Your radiance of blood and breath at the cost of a righteous death are becoming in exchange. The world is ours to reign. Hannibal said those words to me. I tried to share with Lecter. He betrayed me. He betrayed me too. You shared with Reba. I shared with her in a way she could survive. She had a single flash of the dragon's glory. What a deadly task and a thrilling story. Hannibal Lecter is who you need to change. My radiance of blood and breath, always there, it never left. My becoming is today. The world is ours to reign. Teeth in the skull didn't match his. Grandma's dentures. The upper part was made of vulcanite instead of acrylic like they use now. Nobody's made vulcanite plates in 50 years. Dollarhide had a new acrylic pair just like them made to fit him. The new ones were on his body while Grandma's yucky old ones were in his mouth. Well, not his mouth per se. We think it's a guy named Arnold Lang. He's missing. Worked at a service station near Dollarhide. Found his car, but it had been wiped down. So this is how it goes. This is what we know. Dollarhide snuffs Lang, takes him to the house. Brings Reba, gives her the routine throughout. This and that, then she tries to stop him. Too late for her, he's too determined. Will I kill you or won't I? You don't deserve to die. Dragon's hungry, he needs to feed. Go out with a bang, satisfy the beast. I can't stand to watch you burn.
The key hanging around his neck was to make sure she felt the body, so she could tell us she certainly felt the body.
The great red dragon lives. The best way to catch him is for him to come to us. It's a plan that requires a high level of trust. Bait him with something he wants more than me. You know what the best bait would be? Hannibal.
Why in God's name would anyone desire to meet the man by whom so many murders were inspired?
It's simple, Jack, really, when you think about it. The dragon would like nothing more than to kill him. By killing Hannibal, he could absorb his power, engulf him in light, his strength he would devour. The dragon could become more than he is today, more great and more red as he watches the blood spray.
You sound pretty sure.
I assure you I'm not, but I'd say that Hannibal is our best shot. If we really want to catch him, this is all I've got. Let's throw that Hail Mary, let's give him what he wants. It'll be hell to pull off, that I know, but just hear me out, let's give it a go. We take Hannibal into federal custody,
'cause Alana would never allow what you're suggesting.
We fake an escape. We assign a moment to decision to ensure our thoughts are rational and conscious. Yet what you propose is so thoughtless, cannot imagine that moment exists. If you think you're in control, think again, it'll go to hell and he will drag you down in the descent. There is no advantage, only degrees of disadvantage. This situation will become more than you can manage. Who snares the devil holds him tight. He won't be caught a second time. I don't intend to catch him. He and I will put up a fight. Can't live with him, can't live without him. Is that what it's come to? Maybe this is my becoming. Has that ever occurred to you? These acts of cruelty require a high degree of empathy. You are the wounded bird I'll crush beneath my feet. In a tower lie my dark prince who I intend to rescue. I'd pack my bags if I were you, 'cause meat's back on the menu. You wouldn't know the devil if he had you dangling by the neck. You don't realize once he's eaten me, you're next. You righteous, reckless, twitchy little man. When the knife sinks into flesh, this is a choice you will regret. The FBI has proposed a deal, a bargain for you, and it's quite a steal. Why can't Jack ask me why you? Jack doesn't know you as well as I do. He thought if he asked you for help, you would just torment him. Quite right, too. How wise of Jack. The great red dragon faked his death. He never gave his last fiery breath. So now Jack has a favor to ask. One last chance, a redemption task. He wants you to fake an escape, so you can lure in the dragon as bait. Was it Will's idea? Yes. Look what happened to Frederick. It was Will's plan that landed him in the ditch. Do please tell Frederick, if you see him, I wish a speedy convalescence and hope he won't be very ugly. Take it or leave it, this is what you get. Give me my books or give me death. If you play our game and you play it right, all privileges restored if you catch Dollar Hyde. You trust Will with my well-being as much as I trust you with his. Do you trust me with your safety? You're much smarter than the police. They're accustomed to handling criminals. Are they accustomed to handling me? They use leg irons and handcuffs you can open with a simple key. It's a fatal flaw in this plan that surely you can see. You'll kill me the first chance you get. You died in my kitchen when you chose to be brave. Every moment since has been borrowed. Your wife, your child, they belong to me. We made a bargain for Will's life, and then I spun you gold. But I know your name and I know your face. I've kept you locked up in this place. I'll keep the gold you spun, and I'll have my life when it's said and done. No personal considerations entered into our clinical relationship. Only personal experience. When you're dancing with the devil, don't bite off more than you can chew. When you find yourself in one of his traps, you gotta give the devil his due. To the devil it's due, he does not scare me with these threats. But to the devil is due, he won't stop till what he wants he gets. Hannibal has agreed to the deal, but
what?
He wants Will to ask him, and he wants you to say please. I will play this devil's game just between him and me. I'll go down there alone, and I'll say pretty please.
When people think that Lecter is out, there'll be a stampede.
Let them stampede, let them think I helped Hannibal escape.
For authenticity.
For authenticity. Someone needs to be close when the dragon strikes.
And then what's your plan?
To the pits of hell, I'll be his guide.
First we kill Dollarhide, then we kill Hannibal.
He has to die. He has to die. When you're dancing with the devil, don't bite more than you can chew. When you find yourself in one of his traps, you gotta give the devil his due.
To the devil is due. Can't let him get inside my head. But to the devil is due. He'll live there even after he is dead. I thought you had said your goodbyes. There's still one last goodbye between us. You didn't just say goodbye. That bit at the end, what was it you said? You'd only do that if I rejected you. Nobody knows you as well as I do. Yes, that extra bit. I believe that's what they call a mic drop. You dropped the mic, Will. But here you are, having to come back and pick it up again. I knew you'd keep running if I kept chasing you. You wanted me to know exactly where I could find you, and I needed you. And you did. I need you, Hannibal. Ding dong, the dragon's not dead. Were you visited by this fiery beast? I'm surprised he didn't leave you bleeding at his feet. He told me he wanted to meet you. Why don't you ask him for a rendezvous? He won't go near a mail drop, but he might be curious enough to look at one to see if you sold him. If you could do it from a distance. We picked a drop that can be watched from only a few places a long way off, and we'll stake out the observation points. It sounds weak to you, even as you say it. Secret Service is a setup they've never used. They'll let us have it. You're our best shot, Hannibal. Please.
When you're dancing with the devil, don't bite it more than you can chew. When you find yourself in one of his traps, you gotta give the devil his due.
To the devil is due, gotta get him out of my head. But to the devil is due, he'll live there even after he is dead.
The monster sits in a cage, bound to the teeth in a silent rage. Eyes cast to the floor, all three occupants feeling quite forlorn. Will and an agent sitting on the bench, watching and waiting, ready for the end. Such a long journey they wait. So just strapped, all stuck together like sitting ducks. Just a love agent armed, the illusion of protection. The men in the front see through the mesh window. It's keep an eye in ear, though nothing to hear on the cargo. Not important as their final stop. Time ticks by, unseen to them. Another car comes fast, and the cruiser begins to dash to the front of the convoy. Repetitive that they are, the blue lights echo far. The agent and Will exchange a glance. Hannibal's connect with Will's in turn. Silent anticipation. The unexpected cruiser becomes level with the lead. Front car driver looks across at the unexpected cruiser. Frantic the scene, he shoots the man in the head. Bang, bang, what a shot, what a death. Every vehicle behind with an unexpected swerve. The van slams into a ditch with a big crash. Will an agent are pushed against the front of the back. Shot like pinballs in the cabin. They have more yet to gain. Thrown about a little more. The truck halts to a stop. Angled back to the sky. Poor Will and agent drop to the current. But as to the wind, saved Hannibal from most of the fun. Last page on his veil, dazed and bruised. Hear the driver and the guard get murdered in the front. Wanna see sputtered on the window. Hearing it wasn't bad enough, they had to see it too. What a shame, what a horror. Both men try to grasp at straws, searching for the shotgun. Back doors open wide, there stands Francis, silhouette against the sky. The agent gets the gun, quickly dies. Francis grabs the keys from the corpse, unlocks Lecter's cage, throws the keys at Hannibal, looks at Will and Jess. Hannibal unlocks his spine and tries to quickly follow, but the tooth fairy has already gotten away. The cruiser that had followed behind the truck sat two dead policemen in tow. Ready to go, ready to go. Lecter took one look at it, decided he would take it. Will climbs up behind and surveys the scene. Hannibal pulls out the dead driver and stares at Will.
What are you doing? You know, Will, you worry too much. You'd be so much more comfortable if you relaxed with yourself. Are you coming? He's not going to kill us here. What he wants to do requires something a little more private.
Will takes the gun off the dead cop, holding Hannibal's gaze, rushing thoughts. Will glances around.
Nobody here to witness. Should I kill him now? Amidst the chaos and carnage, no.
Quietly Hannibal whispers,
good choice, Will.
He tucks the gun into his pants and climbs into the car, riding shotgun, a way to get away from this madness and into his own. Hannibal puts the car into gear and drives away.
Came here with Abigail, now you're here with me. I can't tell the future, but I do guarantee soon both of us will be lost to the sea. Heaven is silent tonight. We cannot be saved by the light. We will see who and what he's become. The end of all things has begun. Abandon all hope when he enters. The battle won't end till you die or surrender. Whether it be by steel or lead, all of you will join the dead. Dizzy, dizzy, no, so
back to hell. I don't know if I can save myself. No greater love have I than to lay down my life for another who's touched by friendship's light.
He's watching us now. Don't run. I'll catch you. Hello, Francis. Hello, Dr. Lecter. I see that you're back from the dead. Suicide's a sorry and I want to die with the rag of pride. This world has cast you into this fantasy life. Film your death, and as you take your last breath, you'll meld with the strength of the dragon. Worthy is the lamb to be slain by my blade. The dragon's game's not yours to play. The great red dragon spreads his wings, breaks his sharp claws across my cheek. He thinks that I, the lamb, am weak, but I wipe the blood and watch it streak. The fire inside of me, it roars. I am death, I am the fourth horse. I am the one with 7 horns. I'll rain down fire and brimstone. The mark of the beast burns into your skin. If you are the lamb, then I'm the dragon. This is our own Armageddon. You're in my kingdom now. I sit on the throne, I wear the 7 crowns. Tonight, you are no match for my power. Soon, all your strength I will devour. You down, rise and rise again like the phoenix. Light the fire again from the ashes. Tend to that old flame and get back in the game. If I were you, I would beware. You come to battle ill prepared. Where you're going, there's no choir. I cast you into the lake of fire. For the lamb is meek and mild no more. Grew a lion's mane, now he's ready for war. Your fate is sealed, tonight you will feel the wrath of the lamb.
if he knocks you down. Rise and rise again like the phoenix. Light the fire again from the ashes. Tend to that old flame and get back in the game.
Blood is black in the moonlight. It gleams like stars in the night sky. It stains my clothes, a splash of dye drips down my face and burns my eyes.
This is all I wanted, to finish what we started. The great red dragon is dead. It's beautiful, the wings he bled. Ate the burning heart straight from my hand. You're the only one who understands.
It's not an ache, it's a stabbing pain.
A hunger I can't explain. It burns deep inside of me. This river of blood boiling beneath. Oh, blind passion, wrath insane. Does what we have a name?
Blood seems shaken from my heart for this man who turns death into art.
I thought I'd sealed your fate from the start, but my compassion tears me apart.
The more perfect it is, it feels good and evil. You are the poison at the end of my needle.
I am the drug coursing through your veins. I can bring pleasure or I can bring pain.
Can't live with you, can't live without you. What has it come to?
This is all I wanted for you. Say goodbye to the life you thought you knew. Your righteous anger led you down this path.
Break forth like a lightning, the fury of my wrath. I'll find it in me to be brave.
Love lead us to the grave. This is our love climb, it's a love divine. They'll never stop us. This is our design. It'll take the might of God to tear us down. Put to death our immorality, desires and idolatry. Judgment day is coming. Will you jump into the fire with me?
Now we fall as bodies fall for God.